Before we talk about the minutes here, I want to give a very public shout out to Ms. Sharon Wolf. She worked very hard and a long time to get all our minutes in order. And I'm very, very appreciative, Sharon, for all the work you did on these minutes.
Thank you.
And at this, and in a few seconds, I'm gonna announce the minutes we're gonna approve. We're gonna do a motion, and hopefully by the end of the week, they'll all be on our website. I'm making a motion that we approve the regular board meeting of October 18th, 2025, special meeting of October 24th, 2025, special meeting capital budget workshop November 7th, 2025, regular board meeting November 15th, 2025, special meeting November 20th, 2025, special meeting December 12th, 2025, regular board meeting December 20th, 2025, and regular board meeting January 17th, 2026.
I second the motion.
All those in favor? Unanimous. All the we're now current with our minutes for this board, and I'm very appreciative again. Unanimous vote. Next item, secretary report.
I'd just like to report on the election. Sorry, I always forget this thing. On the election, I know and the ballots are sent out. Each ballot, if you have multiple properties, you will get more than one ballot. You'll get a ballot for each property. Please read the directions in the ballot. We had quite a few ballots that were not counted in our last election because people were very meticulous to mark their candidate, sign it, put it in an envelope, and forget to put a stamp on it. We send it out and put the stamp on it for you to get it and get one for each of your properties. We really need you to put a stamp on it to send it back to us or to the auditor. Some of them were not signed. They marked their ballot, but you forgot to sign it. Your signature needs to match. On the front, there's a label that's going to be on it. It needs to match that label. I just want all the ballots and all the people that want to vote to have their ballot counted. And we're trying our best to correct some of the things that happened in the last election. There's one ballot for every envelope that's in here. So if you have 3 or 4 properties, you need to put one ballot in the envelope not multiple ballots. There were quite a few that put multiple ballots into one envelope, and all of those ballots were voided. They did not count. So it's real important. We really want your vote, and to take advantage of that, please read the instructions and let's have, we had, when I went over and got the list, we had 964 ballots that were not counted because of errors. A major part of them was that there was no forwarding address. So that was the major part. But we did have, I had 18 ballots. It was returned because the name wasn't correct on the roster. I had 11 ballots that I've replaced already that were sent either to the wrong address or no PO box. So it's on both sides that we're trying to get this thing figured out for this year and for next year. That we just each year do a better job. We learn as we go, and I'm going to try to make it my best to contact the people that are on the list that either forgot to put a stamp or put multiple ballots. I'm trying to get contact information so I can personally contact them and let them know what happened to their ballot for last election, that they can correct that error and do it correctly this year. So we appreciate your help, and it's just important. This is an important election for directors, and your vote needs to count.
When is the last day for the ballot to be submitted?
I believe it's March the 13th. I mean, they have to be at the auditor by March the 13th. In their auditor's hand, if they come in on the 14th, they will not be counted. So if you don't think that the mail will get them there, I would suggest you take a trip to Eagle Pass and drop them off personally, or contact me. I'll be glad to, if you can't drive over there and get your ballot in and you forgot about it, it's been laying there and you all of a sudden you went, oh God, oh no, it's time to go. I'll be glad to drive it over there.
Is that all? Thank you very much. Treasury report?
Okay. So for the motel, we had $11,088 revenue. That is compared to $12,283 a year ago. We sold nothing. We transferred some properties, got 1,050 in a resale certificate. We got 2 charter givebacks, 2 new FRMs, 1 FRM cancellation, and 4 transfers. As far as the assessments go, for January, we got 5,600 from FRMs, 130 from an FRM initial fee, 76,800 for membership. Charter memberships got us 5,896. Non-performing, I didn't know we got that much non-performing, but it was 8,600 possibly due to collections, and 45,000 approximately for residential fees. The historic fund contribution will be in the range of 2,720. The restricted fund contribution will be close to $8,000. In January, we got a little over $21,000 collected for the special assessment, and up to today we had almost 20,000 from the special assessment in February. So that's a total of about $41,000 of special assessments we've got in so far. As far as the bank balances go, this is the operational balance, 505,000 in total. The vast majority is in Fidelity, with small amounts in the new bill account we put in bank and trust just to handle buildium checks and cash to make the reconciliations much cleaner. We still have a bit in Texas Community. We need to still close that account. And this is the general fund for bank and trust. So out of that money, we will be moving, in the range of, 32,000 for January and, in the range of 30,000 for February, once February's over, into the historic and unrestricted funds.
Where's Amistad?
Here, Amistad is here, and in the restricted balances, that's where it's set. But then we'll be moving over monies, this will spike up. This would be a much larger jump, except it's dwarfed by this, $1 million we had over here back in 2023. Overall, everything included, we're sitting at the end of January, $877,644. That's restricted and operations in total. Last month, we earned $2,250 of interest, easy money. It's Dumping in the bank. And now that almost everything's in fidelity now, we are not losing almost any potential gain revenue from interest. And that's all I have.
Clarification, we have $800,000 in totality.
Total balance,
877.
877.64 with 185,288 tied up to the surety bonds for the landfill. Restricted was 128,800. Reservation was 58,000. And Fidelity General, about 460,000. And these small balances are just local bank and trust money sitting there.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't look at the numbers on a regular basis, but I think we're doing really well. And I appreciate the management of the money overall. It's of course we always want more, but it looks really good. And hopefully we'll continue growing in that sense. General manager's report.
Good morning, everybody. I kind of have a cold, so I'm gonna have a hard time hearing because I'm not plugged up here. So if I sound weird, that's why. So first thing, staffing contractors and agreements. I would like to announce that Annabelle, who's up there on the screen, is gonna be our vendor for active projects. We've hired her for translating, posting monthly minutes to the website, posting agendas, announcements to the website, updating the website pages, links, documents, fixing out layout issues, navigation, basic content add and edits, marketing and projects as needed, and other items as needed and discussed. I don't know if you all know this, but when you all got your ballots in the mail and you saw the brochure, she designed that. It was absolutely beautiful. It was probably, I looked at the old memo, actually brought me an old ballot and all the information on there. I'm gonna bring a before and after next time so you guys can see how far we have come. But thank you, Annabelle. We really appreciate all the great work that you did on that. That turned out absolutely awesome.
Great, thank you. I was glad to do it. I do want to, Shirley, we'll need to clarify because I think kind of the scope that we talked about was a little bit more narrow than marketing. So I want to make sure we don't. I would love to do the marketing.
Well, it's just in a case by case if we talk about it.
The what? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Oh, no, I said just in a case by case need if we, agree on it. Those are just things outside the scope. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Wonderful, thank you.
You're welcome. Delinquency and collections. So we have filed to date 81 liens. 6 additional counts are moving from pre-lien to lien status. 3 files have liens taken off as members paid because they obviously didn't want lien on their home. Collections to date, we have collected $129,237.30. since October 31st. Special assessments applied, no late fees, but I do want to state this, that starting in April, April 21st, if you have not paid your special assessment, you will receive a late fee because it is an assessment. And we've been very gracious by not giving everybody time to be able to pay it and giving, everybody, and if you need a payment plan, please just ask us, we'll be able to work with you. But we do have to, at some point, get this wrapped up and we will do late fees in April. Operations. We've been heavily working on SOPs, cross-training, items that have been accomplished with maintenance team and lead. Unit 1 cleanup, brush cleanup in all units. Schechter Hall bathrooms repaired, youth center bathrooms repaired. Fire extinguisher inventory and safety check on 49 extinguishers. Fixman's bathroom at the commissary. RV park kitchen fire safety review. Handicap ramp that is removable was installed in unit 1. So it is not permanent. We had a member ask because they couldn't get up. There's a few stairs there and they couldn't get up to the stairs and they asked if we please put in a ramp. So we did a temporary one for them so it can be removed at any time. We fixed the road going to the recycle center. Worked on the broken columns at the empty south. And so in case you have any questions about that, please let me know because it's ongoing work right now. So all of the columns have been fixed. Those have not been broken. I was very scared over that because we had to take one out of the column because one column absolutely disintegrated. And so it looks amazing. We've cleaned it up there. There's more work that we're going to do, and we are also asking the art club to help us with some items over there. And it's going to be ongoing until we get it all done. And then our tax break inspection. So every year we have 6 buildings that we get a 25% tax break on. And we just got our inspection done. And we have the museum got a green, which means we get 25%. Anything green, we get the full 25%. The Palisado building, we get 25%. The Post Theater, we get 25%. And Seminole Hall, we get 25%. Dickman, we have a first grade, which means we get 20%. Now, in order for us to have gotten those, our maintenance had to help with that so we could get it finished in time. So when they were inspected, that we could get graded the way we did. So we worked hand in hand with preservation to be able to get that done. But I'm sorry to say that the service club at this point in time failed. There's a lot of things on the service club that need to be fixed, and we already are going to start working on that and work in hand with preservation. So that way we can address those by next year and get back to a grade. The motel is coming along well. I've been over there to visit a few times. The columns that they've been building are amazing. The work up there looks amazing. They're working there today. So if anybody wants to just take a gander, I implore you all to go over there and look. It looks really good. Fire station work. Since the lease started, there was some really big damage done in the bathrooms from water leak. The whole thing had to be tore out because there was mold. It had been leaking. We don't know how long, but Mr. Wertz has cleaned it all up, replaced all the plumbing in there, and will be replacing the whole cabinet in there. He's also patched numerous holes in the walls. I've taken pictures. It looks really good over there. Now, I did some research, and I'll say this a little bit later on the capital repair, but the last time any of the roofs had been done here were in 2016 with a big hailstorm. And I know a lot of people have said that the fire station was one of those buildings, but it wasn't. And so we had, I called our insurance is going to send an adjuster out to look at it, but they're probably really not going to do anything other than because there's been no damage to it. So it's probably going to be on us. But we did get one bid so far from AA Roofing here just to see what the cost would be, and it would be $20,000 to get that roof redone. But I will tell you this, it has to get redone at some point in time, because most of the damage that's in the fire station is from the roof. All the leaking that had happened, I know you've been in there, Joe, too, and you can back that up, that most of the damage is from the roofing, so. And then, the hunting program, so I'll go on to some great news. I couldn't, put all the information for all of our departments in here, because we're still working with Travis. When we detailed out our budget, we're still waiting to, put some of those in the GL codes that they need to go into, because we added many GL codes that we didn't have before to have that detail. So I'm hoping we'll have it all finished by our next meeting and be able to produce the one and only P&L, and then the budget versus actual. But I will tell you, we are doing well, because I look at the books every day. But the hunting program, so the Texas Youth Hunting Program was a huge success. We started getting calls the very next day from the families asking how their youth can come and hunt. We were awarded a certificate and a signage for our support that said that we support the Texas Wildlife and Youth Hunt, Texas Parks and Wildlife Youth Hunt, landowner prospectus. And then that was held between February 6th and 8th. And then ages 9 to 17, male or female came. We had 10 youths that participated, and 3 of them were women. I thought that was awesome. Second annual youth hunt, we're doing ourselves the last 2 weeks of February, and we've been busy with that. We also had somebody ask us if we would do a only girl youth hunt. See, girls, that's the way to go. So we're gonna do one. Okay, and then, we have requested, we do need volunteers though, so if they'd like to volunteer to help out with that, please contact the office. Year-to-date revenue for hunting was 70,900, budgeted was 53,000. Year-to-date expenses and blind feed, was 4,000. We budgeted 2,000, so we were a little over base because of the hunting. We had more hunting than we anticipated, but we still have a net profit of $66,000, which I think is fantastic. The RV park, year-to-date income was 138,750.42, but we budgeted only 108,000. So we were favorable 30,000. That's because of the pipeline that was here. We also are getting some more workers in that called us and are going to be here anywhere from 2 to 3 months that are going to stay at the park. So that's going to bring in more income. And then our expenses were $37,431. We budgeted 42,000, so we were under by $5,000. So we had a net profit of $101,000. Motel, though we are working on the motel and the upstairs has been closed, we brought in 77,000, and this is, and I'm telling you year to date, not just for the month, year to date to end of January. Year to date, it was $77,624, budgeted 65,000, so we were favorable 11,000. Our expenses was 47,000. That includes our labor, our insurance, and everything. We budgeted 49,000, so we did a net of 30,000 of favorable. But keep in mind, if the upstairs were finished, we would have made a lot more, but we still did very well. So I'm very happy with that.
So you've been turning people away? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, we have to. We can't run the upstairs because they're working on it.
But you actually have data that you turned 5,000 of
No, we didn't keep track of it.
50 people away,
We didn't keep track of it.
which you've
Yeah.
experienced.
We didn't think at the time that we needed to. Maybe we should have, but I'll be honest, we didn't think of it. We just knew it wasn't open. We weren't gonna get anybody for that upstairs, but we did bring it in the bottom, so as opposed to last year, we brought in more. But still, we have turned people away, but we'll make up for it. So I know we will. Dylan is working with Jason and staff to continue reconciling building and QuickBooks ongoing. And we are in the middle of our audit. I have almost all of the information that they need from us. I have a few more items and then we'll find out what they need after that. Capital budget information update. I recently obtained documentation showing a lot of our buildings roofing. So that's part of my inventory is to find out what was done on our building so I could budget for the future. And then I had our stonemason come down and look at the floor and all the areas where stone is falling apart. So I could put that in there as well. So he's going to provide me, and this includes also unit 1. He went and looked at the walls that are cracked and kind of look like they may be falling down. We went down by the pool, we went down to the empty saddle. We looked at the rim around the empty saddle, anywhere that there was stonework that could be done. He wrote it down and he's gonna give me a bid on everything so I can put it in the budget. And then especially areas around the pool and the barbecue pit. I will tell you that we are working on the barbecue pit because the grate in there is broken. Philip got the metal for it. And Ralph will be fixing that for us. So hopefully it will be ready for our membership meeting in March. I also inventoried our vehicles. So we took vehicles off our insurance that we no longer have, updated everything. And then we also are looking at different options for washers and dryers because we are having a huge problem getting a repair person to come out and repair our washers and dryers. There's one person in Del Rio and they came out, but trying to get the parts, it's been extremely challenging. Volunteers and partnerships, Oryx are still making strong progress in the old gym at the adult center. Please stop by to see the improvements. We installed internet at the adult center I believe it was last week. Thank you, Joe, for your help. And we still need 1 to 2 additional volunteers for architecture. We are working to integrate volunteer tracking into building and will continue progress. Events and marketing. The Sunrise Landscaping put on a great tree care presentation a few weeks back. The Valentine party upstairs in Dickman was a huge success. I don't know, Annabelle, do you want to talk about that maybe a little bit?
Unmute, sorry. Yes, that was great. So far, and I think I see some people in the audience. It's hard to see, it's very small, but thanks to Pat and Jen Stephenson and Chip and Sylvia Briggins, Tim and Debbie Ward, Diane and John Brennan. And I'm gonna have to send out a list because now I'm missing. But we have to date raised for Dickman, the renovations happening upstairs in the ballroom, $5,200. So thank you all so much. Also Neil Kerr, Mark and Amanda Ferrick, Rick and Dana Schaefer, Ira and Rebecca West, Kelly and Chris R, Richard and Bonnie Brotherton, and Greg and Laura Barfield also donated. Just in general, most of those came from the Valentine's Day party, which was a kind of a supper club. Okay. Sorry. It was a private party. They rented the ballroom, and Charlena we've been talking about this for a while, but we've been working up there, and so we have kind of agreed to do sort of a limited amount of rentals in the upstairs ballroom while we are getting it ready in order to raise money. And so 40% of the rental fee is going to be allocated directly back to the renovations of the space. So in addition to the $5,200 in donations, we also are starting to generate some revenue from those rental fees. We actually also have 2 rentals, largely confirmed, 1 tentative, but I think actually, Charlene, maybe they both pay deposits. So 2 rentals in July. So we're going to just basically sort of plan the renovations and the kind of projects, painting and bathrooms and all of the volunteer and professional work that is going to be done up there. We're going to plan that kind of in between the rentals so that we can start getting people up there and using it. And it's been great so far. That I think people are very excited, and the Valentine's party went well. There were about 50 people. They hopefully it was a great night for the bar, and they purchased alcohol from the bar, and then the several guests went down during the party, and then also after their party they had a gentleman play guitar and fiddle about 7 to 9, and then the party was over after that. And so I think I know several people went down to the bar after that, so hopefully it was good deal all around. It looked lovely, despite the ongoing kind of construction. But it was great. So we're just still trucking along on raising money and completing projects. We're gonna have Tuesday and Thursday afternoons will be volunteer work days. Verify the time. We'll put out a dispatch on those times, and then also I'll put out more information this week as well. We're going to bring back our movie nights at Coast Theater, and then also have a lecture series on Thursday evenings, hopefully in the ballroom. So, I mean, the goal is just to really kind of get people up there and using it, and also be raising money to continue the work that needs to be done. So we're excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabelle. And then there was also another party on that Friday. Stephanie Austin hosted a Galentine party at Dickman, which was fantastic turnout. And then the golf course coming up on February 25th will be the Clarkston music out at the Pro Shop. So I know a lot of people are excited about that. And then my team, I'm gonna start begging for donations for the 4th of July. Because that's a big event that we will be putting on just us this year. And that's it, everybody. Hope you have a wonderful day.
I have a few questions. Fan hall, what is it? Will the fan hall, one they're working on right now, will more likely be finished by 4 days?
No.
Will the second floor be
Oh,
open?
I'm sorry, yes, Pat, because you're on Pat, so.
Yeah.
Yes, it will.
Second floor will be open.
It will be open. The only thing that Jim had told me is they may not have it painted yet. He said, but that's okay. He said, we'll have it open and then we'll close it after 4 club days so they can go back and paint it.
So we can fill up that motel, that section of the motel.
And the fullest bottom will be full.
Fabulous.
Yes.
My second question, has Fortran, the members, have we spent any money at the firehouse? I know Mr. Ward's been doing all the work there, but have we spent any money there?
No.
Okay. Recently, it was mentioned that we don't give enough shout out to the volunteers. I want to give a shout out to the board of directors because we're all volunteers, number one. And number two, continued huge shout out to the volunteers that help us in every aspect of the board, from Dickman Hall to the golf course to recycle. The volunteers are number one in our eyes. I'm speaking on behalf of the board. So the volunteers are the best, and we can always use more volunteers. Last question, Mr. Governor.
There is one more thing I forgot.
Let me ask you this question. Will the audit be done by the annual meeting? Is that still our goal?
It's a goal. But at this moment, it's gonna depend on if we get William, I guess, reconciled, which I think we're very close. And I'm hoping that we will. If not, it will be very soon, right after that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, there's one other thing I forgot to mention. In the back table, you're gonna see this picture. And this is a logo. It's called Fort Front Clean and Proud. So we've heard, you're one of them, Rocky, about we need to clean up. And so we have been very hard at work trying to get the fort cleaned up area by area by area. And so when I have all the details, we are going to do a what would I call it? It is a campaign to help us. So more details to come, but look at the logo, think about it, because we're gonna make Fort Clark clean and proud. Okay. That's it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Starlin. Come on up. You all gotta come on up so they can see you on TV land. Oh, okay. After Mr. Garland, Ms. Catherine.
I only have one question for Mr. Garland.
Yes, sir.
One of the meetings I went to was talking about the strike through roads. We was gonna have the reflectors put in, and I just wondered if we're ever gonna put it.
That's a good question. I will get with my maintenance to do, because they'll be doing that.
Thank you, Garland. Yes, Miss Kathy.
In my mind, another quick question, it's a quick update. Has there been any progress report fixing that road between hole number 9 and the creek over by the golf course where all the big trucks have to park? We were talking about getting asphalt, we were talking with the city of Brackett, Bill, and I'm wondering, those are getting really big holes and people are starting
we
to
just-
drive on the golf course.
We just actually just talked about that on Friday. And so I'm gonna be working with Philip and Lee, so we can get some stuff out there to get those filled up.
Yeah, anything would help.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Is it the caliche, where caliche is needed between in front of the pro shop that goes out to Red Bridge? You're talking about that
Yeah, where the
area?
big trucks all park,
Yeah,
they can't get across, that's getting pretty, isn't it, John? Yeah.
yeah, no doubt about it. And recently, there was someone who said that the person in charge of golf maintenance was had a free access to our checking account to do all that work, and that's totally false. Everything has to go through Ms. Charlena for her to approve, and then the maintenance people will take care of it. And that's still the plan. It's always been the plan. That has never changed.
I don't like rumors.
All right, airport committee. Anything on airport committee? Any architecture committee? Shout out to Benny Valdez. He's in charge of the architectural committee. He's doing an outstanding job.
Yes, yes.
Good morning. This last month, we approved 8 new permits. Approved 1 repair application. We sent out 13 violation letters. I have generated 32 cases of violation. Went out and took pictures, and speaking of clean and proud and clean. So we're working on getting the folks to bring their houses up to compliance, so there's a lot of houses that need a lot of work. People just neglected them, and I don't know where they're at, but so they're gonna get a letter. We have sent out 20 letters. This last month was 13. And I created a spreadsheet to stay on top of when the month is up, and then we make sure that we contact the people again or send a violation letter out. So that's what we've been busy doing. And that was me missing 2 meetings because my wife was in the hospital and doctor appointments, stuff like that. Still need the volunteers. I've been asking since we started dispatch. We need dispatch hopefully every month if we can do that until we get more volunteers. Messaging is very important.
How many more do you need exactly?
Well, we're 4, so I'd like to see at least 5, 6 or 7. The more the merrier. We have other members that have doctor appointments, and some of these doctor appointments have been set up 6 months ahead of time. So I have to go to one Tuesday, but I think I'll make it back in time. The variance, I think we need to clarify. I can work with Matt, work with you. I know you have, some of you guys have questions about the variance. So the procedure should be that they fill out the variance form that's online, and instead of going directly to you, if it's just a variance and it's outside the purview of the architecture committee, we shouldn't review that.
So the process is, the application has to be made to the architecture committee. You approve it or deny it, and if it's denied, then it can go to the variance with the board. But it has to be reviewed by the architecture committee and first.
Even though that it's outside of purview, you want us to review it? I think to simplify it would be, if we have an application with multiple things that they want to do, and then one of them is, needs a variance, then we can review the application, approve the application for everything except the variance, and that needs to go to you guys. But we have people, and I think we have one here today that is an application strictly for a variance.
But the application is for construction of any type.
Correct.
Which is reviewed by the architecture committee. And it's it's a required step per our declarations.
Okay,
Before it makes it to the board.
okay,
It has to be approved or denied by you. If it's approved, it would become to be a variance. And if it's denied, and there's a request for an exception to whatever reason it's being denied for, then it goes to the board for a decision on whether a variance is granted.
well, that's helpful. So, and the application for a new, members for the committee, I believe on the application online, that when they fill that out, it goes through the board. The secretary gets it, and then we should get that application back. But I think we should streamline that. And I talked to Ms. Cavender briefly about it this morning. It states that we should have, that they should come to our meetings in the audience for 4 meetings and be able to ask questions afterward. And then we can say yay or nay, and then it comes to you guys for you guys to appoint the member.
Right, and it's required to be in an open notice meeting so that other people in the community can chime in on the construction. So that's before it even makes it to the board again, that this is being applied for. So your neighbors can, chime in on whatever that is.
No, we're not talking about construction, we're talking about new applicants for the committee.
Committee,
Applicants for the committee.
yeah,
Um,
we can review that.
we can review that.
Okay. We
I know
can
that
need
they're gonna-
clarification, and we want to streamline the process and not make it so hard.
I know the
Whatever,
concern in the past has been that a person who wants to do it has to sit at 4 meetings first before they qualify. I think that rule, that suggestion, rule, whatever was put in a few years ago, it's something we can revisit. I think it's probably a little extreme, but that's just my opinion.
my opinion too.
Yeah.
So we can, if you guys do decide, or whoever decides to change that, we need to change it on the form, on the website.
Correct. And the board can consider that and
Okay.
do what we can.
Okay, that's all I got.
Thank you, Vinny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody here from the golf committee? Miss Andy, you got nothing from the golf committee? It's okay if you don't. No, okay.
Yeah. So it's a place saver, so you don't forget it. The Ladies League sponsored another blind draw scramble this last Saturday. Haven't gotten the results in. The $10 entry fee with $1 going to the Ladies League and the rest going as a payout. And again, I really think we need someone on the board, preferably a golfer like John, to become a liaison, because the golf committee is a board sanctioned committee. They're supposed to be active. Right now, they're in violation of their bylaws and they're not sending reports. So we need you guys, I can't do anything about them, but the board can, because they're a board sanctioned committee, so I'm going to again ask that you, someone do something to get them going. And I'll help once it gets started. We ladies are ready to elect our own, member from the Ladies League. I know the Men's Association are ready to do that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone here for the preservation? That's a letter.
She's attending the memorial service.
Yeah.
Okay, no letter?
The only thing that she was going to talk about was what I already talked about in our GM notes, is about the inspections on the our plat.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Elena, recycling.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I did give you all 10-year summary of our money collected and tonnage collected from 2016 to 25. And the important thing is how much tons we collected. So for 10 years, for 411 tons. And the terrible thing happened last year, we only collected 28 tons. I don't know why. So we're getting lazy or just throwing stuff in the garbage. So whatever it is, we need to work a little harder, people, to collect recycling. You know, I have volunteers there, and they have to sit around because we're not getting enough people to come in. So that's crazy. So we really need to work on that somehow. Dispatch, I suppose. I don't know what the reason is. Our average tonnage is 41. And last year, as I said, was 28. So that's pretty, I don't know what happened. So we have a great sign, thanks to Janet Miller and Ed Miller. Looks like this, exactly, on the front gate, and that was fabulous. And I also put a sign on the building, the storage building, to recognize that Coca-Cola and Union Pacific were the responsible for the money that went into that. Let's see. Oh, okay. Here I go with a complaint. Protein drinks that are in bottles and even in the paper, you gotta wash them out, people, and do not cap them. I think I took out 30 bottles that had caps on them from the other day that were not washed, and it's just insane. The smell really makes you want to throw up. So I threw out about 30 of these from that were thrown into colored plastic. The other thing, here's my second complaint, folks. Paul Newman tea is a number 7. They're giant gallon tea containers. They're number 7. We only accept number 1 and 2. So there's more garbage. So got to be careful on doing what we need in recycle. Let's see, I don't know any other. Thank you, Fort. We were able to put down some caliche or gravel from the driveway to the building. Fabulous. Lee Gilby was the wonderful guy to put that down. So it's a smoother ride from the gate to the building. So that's great. That's all I know, I think. Anybody have any thoughts?
Going up.
I have one for Charlene. Or maybe everybody. Does anybody know, are there separate containers at the RV park? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I heard it was closed. No more recycle at the
It was stated last week that somebody welded shut the recycle center
Right.
container or something. Are
Yeah.
you aware of that?
No.
And then I heard, oh, the pipe people are throwing garbage into the recycle and nobody wants to separate garbage from recyclables. And that was the reason that it was closed down. So now we don't have pipers, but we're gonna have some more visitors.
Yeah.
Maybe I could talk to new people that coming into the recycle. I don't know what's, but apparently they were blaming the pipe
Yeah.
people.
I'll talk to my client.
Yeah, I don't know what. So that, there were a couple of good people actually bringing recycles from RV park, but suddenly that's gone down the tubes. So,
We're trying to get better every day.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn, I want to thank you. I looked at your report and I think everybody needs to get, you said 411 tons, but I don't know if that computes as well as saying it's 822,000 pounds.
Right.
And so 822,000 pounds divided by 5,000 pounds is 164, and that would be approximately how many roll-offs it would take. So it's absolutely remarkable. We thank you for your service.
It's amazing.
Just a couple of suggestions.
Yes, sir.
You have to be diligent to recycle, so you need to make it as easy as possible. If you can think of anything that'll make it easier on people, they're more likely to do it. And also maybe an occasional reminder on a dispatch to remind people of the benefits of it and encourage people to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Over.
Thank you.
Just an FYI that we've been recycling here for over 10 years. And the standard hasn't really changed a whole lot. It's just the lack of participation. And if I had my brothers, I would have the board give us recycled bins so that we could both put it on the curb and make it easier for everybody. But it's very unfortunate that's not our situation at this time.
Yeah.
Unless someone wants to donate recycled bins for the entire board, which we will accept. You can talk to
And the
Charlene about
cost of
donation.
picking that up is probably more than we would ever get from selling the car.
Just a suggestion.
Well, in that regard, many cities have done away with that. Big cities have done away with that service.
Yeah.
It's
People didn't
cost
separate
prohibitive.
The issue with putting bins on people's curbs is now who's gonna pick them up? Who's gonna separate the bottles from the steel cans?
And aluminum.
So it becomes now much more complicated than asking people to bring recycles to the building and hopefully separate them yourselves. So, yeah. So that's all we get, you say, okay, this is great. It makes life easy. Just throw everything in the bin at your curb. But then it becomes complicated with how we gonna get that back to the recycle building. So,
Real quick, you said the bins, how many bins would we have saved? We've saved filling up?
Well, generally you put between it depends on what company, but
Yeah.
5 to like a 20-yard or 30-yard dumpster is generally anywhere from 5 to 8,000 pounds.
Okay.
That's what they allow you to put in there.
Just food for thought. Election committee, Ms. Sandy.
Passed out reports. Where we went, I think I missed you. Let me see you Tuesday. So.
I'm trying to blank.
We're getting together to do the SOP.
Oh, yeah. Got it.
Sherman stole my thunder, but anyway. It's the same problem every year. He is going above and beyond the call of duty as board secretary to follow up with these people to remind them why their vote was not counted. I definitely thank her for that. We never know how many people that is until after everything comes in. But I'd still like to add that, please, we put this on dispatch every year, multiple times.
Those came in.
Oh, read the ballot information, please. Feed the dispatch reminders. And make sure that you make any changes to your property, whether it's adding names, taking names, selling, buying, whatever, when we announce the date when you should do that. So again, there were people that made changes, which is okay, because we send the auditor the most recent membership list so that anybody who changed property after the January 28th 60-day requirement gets their ballot counted by the auditor. So, I want to, first of all, when we're talking about volunteers, want to thank volunteers, and I agree, I don't think we thank them enough. We had extra people to help us on the day that we labeled the ballots, because that is kind of a tedious process. First of all, I'd like to thank the election committee, Pat Stephenson, Sharon Gregor, Linda O'Brien, and who did I miss? Constance Kilgore. They are amazing, and I hope they all volunteer next year. Then for the extra people that showed up for labeling, Sharon Wolf, our director, came, worked hard as anybody. Eva Huey, Elva Stewart, Terry Marsh, Kathy Worm, and Vicki Lee. And then on the day that we actually did the mailing, we, our candidates not only supplied 2 each, but they went above and beyond and we got more. And I would like to thank them personally too, because nobody ever knows who those people are unless we tell them. And I don't have last names on everybody. But anyway, Veronica, Chris Ray, Steve Huey, Mike Palmer, Marla Palmer, Marianne Oliver, Verna Thompson, Brittany Wiley, Lisa Bale, Tony Hackville, Bruce Milano, Mary Jane, never can remember your last name, Mary Jane, sorry, Terry Lane, Kate Burkhart, Stan Huckstadt, Debbie Huckstadt, and Vicki, no last name. So anyway, and I'm sorry about that. But I want to thank them all. They did a marvelous job, and I wish everybody would give them a hand because it's hard work. We had regular members of 1,626. We had inactives 1,320, or less than last year, for a total of 2,946. Subtracting the Kinney County Appraiser Office names on the list, 140, we ended up naming $2,806. Of those, 972 were Bracketville. So that went out. They were delivered at noon on that Friday the 6th. Post office took them and they're gone. So if you live in Bracketville, you probably got yours maybe the same afternoon, Monday or Tuesday. If you live outside of Bracketville, it depends entirely on where you are, because mailing time can be anywhere from 7 to 10 days. It took 14 days for me to get something from my daughter in Oregon. So there's still time. March 13th is the deadline, so we're still trying to get your ballots in. Let's see here. I've been meeting with Anna next week to work on an SOP for the election committee, which is not really going to be difficult because we have a binder that we use every year, and that is our SOP. So it'll be a matter of building the binder. Okay, we met and prepared our final report for the 25-26 election committee. Again, we were required to send ballots to memberships previously designated as inactive. The inactive list contained memberships with incomplete and inaccurate addresses that are returned by the postal service every election period. This is wasted time, effort, and treasure. We're working hard on it, but some of these addresses have been bad for a decade. And then if we can't track these people down, there's nothing we can do but waste the postage.
Correct.
So that's why I keep pushing the idea that we need to do more. In fact, the Kinney County Post Office actually returned several envelopes without even processing them because of incomplete addresses. They just gave them back to us. So we did our due diligence and they gave them back to us. I think Sharon and Gabby were able to correct a couple of them. But there's a couple of them that have been coming back every year. We just simply don't know where they are. One just has an apartment number and one just has Honolulu, Hawaii.
And they're paying, right?
Yeah, I don't know. That's not a question the election committee asks. Okay, my recommendations is that, again, as in last year, when we get the ballots back, that we start working on the membership list beginning mid-December through mid-January to identify any complete addresses. Would like our membership services and the board secretary and be given a list of the return mail immediately after the annual meeting so we can begin researching. They do every year contact the appraiser's office to make sure we're not missing an address that they have. Believe me, they want their money too. So we perhaps should refrain from mailing and labeling anything with incomplete addresses, totally, like John Smith, Honolulu, Hawaii, because we know it's not going anywhere, and I think we have justified cause if anybody wanted to challenge it. And there aren't that many that are totally like that. We have a lot of bad addresses, but incomplete. No. The goal is to discontinue sending ballots to addresses known to be invalid. Blue sticks worked again perfectly. Please don't change. They're the only ones that have worked in years.
As long as I'm here.
Well, then leave a big note. That'll be in the SOP. Last year, the GM and the executive secretary simplified the language for an easier to read ballot. We reviewed it again this year. I don't think we can get it any simpler than what's there. I mean, there's bold print, there's underlining, there's all those things. The Postal Service requires we separate local bracket bill mail. This year, we had to count the number of bracket bills from our list to give them a head start on it. I'm not sure why. We separate them once it gets there. They're charged the same postage, but we had to do it. So we did. See, this year, again, we're going to ask for additional volunteers rather than the just 2 per candidate based on what we think we're going to need. That worked out fine, and we're going to change that. Okay, in general summary, we had an almost error-free mailing day. The only problem we had was really, I guess, my fault. When they gave us the labels in 2 different stacks, one label that said inactive on it fell off somewhere on the table. So we got the lists and the labels mixed up. So it delayed us, but once we got that straightened out, everything was fine. And I'm the one that handed it out, so I got to take the blame on that one. I want to thank the Charlena and Anna and membership services. They did a great job getting everything ready for us. We had everything we needed. Charlena identified a new printing company, and they not only folded everything for us, got us ready for the labeling, but they actually stuffed the auditor's envelope and the pamphlet in the envelope. So all that the volunteers had to do was put the ballot in there, make sure it face up and seal the envelope, which actually saved us some time and fewer mistakes were made, like no envelopes and so forth. So it came pre-packed, and that was excellent. we thought we were working on the cost because they're able to label and mail for less, but we have to mail our ballots from Kinney County. And they're not in Kinney County. So Charlene and I are gonna work on that next year to see what we can do. Our post op, I did do a little checking, our post offer probably won't take their bulk mail. Anyway, so we're gonna have to mail them from here. And, but that's fine, we've been doing it for years, we'll just keep streamlining it. And they saved us some money, so that's always a good thing. And I will give Charlene credit. I've never seen a GM work so hard to save money on stuff like this. So, thank you. Okay. Really, we worked out the bugs last year. We didn't, other than the label mix-up. We followed the statute. 209. Everything was according to our governing documents. And we'll probably continue to do the same thing next year unless we can, discover a better way to do it. But yeah, everything worked out well. And the post office was happy to get their trays back. Do you have any questions?
I just want to make a statement, before everything got rolling on the election, I confirmed with Gabby, which is part of Char's staff. She's been very diligent and very smart to maintain our antiquated black system so that we maintain good addresses, because I'm not sure by next year, hopefully by next year, our new system can do it. But because of her, because she was paying attention, she's kept that up to date, which has made life, I think, easier for the election committee, period, because it was cranked out, no issues. And kudos to her and the staff and Charlene.
Absolutely. Gabby's been here for many years. She knows this DOS system front and back. She's been really good about making the changes where she can. It helps when Sharon has been working with her to make some other changes. I'm hoping Buildium helps, but we gotta get Buildium moving first, but till then we depend on that for the labels. There are always gonna be bad labels. They overprint or whatever. Gabby's really good. We save those bad labels, give them to Gabby. She manually prints them out for us. Gabby is, I can never thank her enough for all the work she's done for us in the past several years. Any other questions?
That's it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
It's a lot of work.
I just have one thing to say. It just came up. If you have a ballot and you put in a circle and you say, oops, I did the wrong one, and you want to do another one, if you initial the one that is correct, they will accept and count that ballot. If you've got two of them on there and one of them is not initials and they don't know which one you really want, your ballot won't count. So that's another thing that came up when I was talking with the auditors, that sometimes you do make a mistake. Just initial the one that you want to count and it'll count.
Yes. It's really not that difficult. As long as you just please, she has more patience with this, I guess. Me doing this over the past several years, both as board secretary and as committee chair, it's a little frustrating when you're working with adults. I'm sorry, come right and say it.
I know what you mean.
And Sharon has been very good about being patient with simple things like signing your ballot, so forth. So, thank her for, it's her job after we nail everything, so.
We're gonna keep.
Got her right to,
Yeah. And I'd like to say, if anybody needs a replacement ballot, they need, after today, they need to contact me. I have the replacement ballots. I just need to know the reason why you need it. And if you've got one in error, give it back to me. I'll spoil that one. I make notes and I'm doing a spreadsheet of why it was voided, and you can have a new ballot. And so just please contact me, secretary at clark.com, call the office, they can get in touch with me and we'll get you a new ballot. It's fast as we can, and Gabby's been very, very good. send a list, if it's one or two or five. She does that list very quickly and I get them out usually the same day that I've been called on them. So,
That's a very important point, Nate. If you destroy, damage an envelope or the ballot and would like a new one, don't throw them away. Because it's a trade. You have to turn the damaged ballot and envelope in to get a new one. Because we've been accused in the past of having double ballots out there, and we always work very hard to make sure that we take every precaution so that members trust us. So make sure if you damage either the envelope or the ballot, you save it and you give it back, and Sharon will trade you for a replacement.
and if say there's like Carrie and Sharon Wolf on the label, only one person, one of those people can sign the ballot. So just decide who's gonna sign it and make sure that the name is on the label. Say if Jerry and Sharon's on there, or if Jerry's on there and Sharon signs it and Sharon's name isn't on there, then they're not gonna count it. So it has to be on the label, the name, whatever you sign, it has to be on that label.
Yeah.
And I did talk to them about the ones that have LLCs, corporations or whatever. And they have not been declining those signatures that are on there. They sign it, say, whatever it is, by a person. They have been counting those ballots in the past.
Yeah, they should. And by the way, either or both can sign a ballot. If your name, if like Larry Hagan and Sandy Hagan, they're both on the list. If either one or both can actually sign the ballot, you can have both sign it. Like if the husband or the wife decides, I want to sign it too, they're not going to invalidate it because both members sign. Only one has to, but the label has to match the list that they'll be given. So I'm sorry to correct you, but
Yeah, okay. I was under the impression, not with them, they just wanted to match it, but
they only need one as long as it matches the
Yeah.
label. And you can't have Sandra Hagan and Joe Schmo,
Yeah.
and not be on the label. But if both say married couples or whatever,
Right.
partners,
well, that's good to know then.
yeah, they can either or both
Mhm.
can sign it. Yeah. Anything else?
This is another small example of, everyone listened here in TV land, of all the work goes into this process. And it's a lot of work, it's a lot of time, there's a lot of focus. And I'm very appreciative of all the volunteers again.
Me too. Also, I guess comes down to the election committee has completed everything that it needs to do. We're here for consulting purposes, but we have no authority to change ballots or do anything like that. Sharon, but we're here if you need us. However, we will no longer be meeting as a committee, nor do we have any function once those trays are presented to the post office. So I'm requesting that we suspend the election committee until September 19th, 2026, when the board appoints the 26-27 election committee. And I know this isn't on the agenda, but this should be pretty easy.
Sorry, Len.
Okay.
Is there a motion?
I motion to suspend until the date stated by the
September 19th.
September 19th.
Second. All those in favor? Okay, election committee is suspended until September 19th, 2026.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you, Sandy. You're awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Next section, community council. Anyone here from community council?
I do have a community council report. There's no one here. Tom is working today, but he did send a report. There's no one here from community council. I'll read the report. This is a report on Fort Clark days. There is currently about $14,000 in the event, with an additional monies promised payment accounts are being generated for apps such as Venmo and Cash App. TABC permit has been acquired for beer sales during the event. Event dates are March 6th and 7th. The spring raffle started February the 1st and will end April the 31st. So far, they've raised $425. Meet the Candidate Forum was successfully conducted on 2/14. The next regular meeting is March the 14th, 2026. Community concerns, no direct complaints were presented in the last regular council meeting on the 14th. A few members have requested an AED location be placed on a map for awareness. Travis Huey suggested we could put the information in the Kinney County Post. As the president of the council, I'm available to meet with anybody if they want to further discuss anything on here. And he gives his phone number, and he's available. Tom is available most afternoons. So this is the community council report.
Can I add that also the Valentine's Day raffle, thank you also to Pat Stephenson for donating the basket. Tom won and we raised 360, I believe, for that. And that is also going to community council and then to the Smithsonian Big One. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steph.
Speaking of $4 days, we have a fishbowl here. If anyone wants to give a monetary donation or checks or loose change. Email votes, we had none. Now we go into old.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Yeah, it says none, which just point of clarification.
I don't know, my agenda.
Oh, it's on the agenda. Okay,
Yeah.
so right there, just email votes just says none.
When was it? When did you have the email?
Oh, weird.
You got the wrong, you got the wrong agenda. There was a mistake in it.
Yeah, my copy from last month, what I'm holding.
But did we have an email vote this month? Wait, what was the date?
That's the 21st.
Yes, it's January 21st,
Right, but that was
after the meeting.
during the meeting.
Let's look at the date.
January was it was the 23rd, but it would have been too late to notice, so it would have to be approved now. Yeah, noticed.
Okay. So that's January 21st, there was an email vote?
Yes.
Okay. Correction, there was an email vote on January 21st, 2026. An email vote for restricted funds for the motel repairs. And it was a unanimous vote to approve monies to be paid for the motel repairs.
Well, those are the things.
Yeah. Deposit all monies collected from the special assessment directly into FCA restricted fund and authorize payment for motel repair construction from restricted fund. And it was a unanimous vote on email vote. That was my mistake, correction. Thank you. Old business. Anybody here from Kinney County Water? Any emails or anything?
There is no one here, but I have been talking to about the petition that we're trying to get together. And they have, what we're deciding is to wait. They're gonna complete the petition as soon as we find out. As soon as we find out what Kinney County groundwater is gonna do with the DFC. They've been trying to do a couple of different things with it. And as soon as we know what they've decided, they're gonna finish up the petition and submit it. So that's where that stands right now. I'll try to keep updates if anything happens in between. Y'all just need to keep going to the groundwater meetings and know what's going on and let them know that you're involved and that you care about what goes on. And we really, people try to keep it a fight between us and them. We're not against the farmers, the ranchers, the people that live here and enjoy the springs and the water. It's for everybody's benefit. And this thing of trying to pit each other against everybody is ridiculous. And Uvalde has a drought water plan. You go down Uvalde, it doesn't seem to be affecting their farmers. Their farmers aren't moving out. And they're under a drought plan where they have to cut back on their water usage. We need to have that here. That's all we're asking, is that when Mud tells us that we're in drought and we don't need to be watering our grass, we want the groundwater to tell the ranchers, the farmers, or whatever. You can use the water, but we need to cut back a certain percentage on what's being used until we get more rain. It's not us against them, and I just really hope we can get past that. Of pointing fingers at each other.
Mike speaking to.
Of pointing fingers at each other. We need to all work together to get this thing accomplished. If spring continues to go dry because there's no drought plan, and when April gets here and they start going full blast and the pool goes dry, our property values go away. And so it's just something that we need to work with and keep our eye on. The legislature is keeping their eye on it now, as far as what our groundwater district is going to be doing. And I just ask y'all to support it and to be there and to let them know that you're watching them and that you want them to make the correct decision on the DFC.
Thank you, Sharon. Any updates on the reserve study?
To my knowledge, we're supposed to have a FRP for that. So one has to be made, and I'm gonna have to work on that, but I'm gonna need the help with that if we need that.
We have to have the money to pay for it too. Read a digest version of building update.
I got an hour presentation already? No, no hour presentation. I know y'all love that. So the word reconciliation is being thrown around a lot on Buildium. That could mean a lot of different things to different people. The actual state of Buildium is all the accounts have been matched up and reconciled with QuickBooks. And there's a few straggling bank deposits and stuff from Bank and Trust that need to be tracked down. Some of them are simple things like someone put in a deposit for a rental and then that never got to the bank. So it's showing a deposit on that and that doesn't match. So those take a bit of research to get through there. So that's, a relatively small task. But all the internal transfers, like, oh, I overpaid my residential lot, but my side lot doesn't have any money. There's a specific procedure to move money that, I don't know, took me at least 60 hours to do it, but those are all done. And what really needs to be done now to move the money into QuickBooks is a couple of things. One, we need to kind of clean up the chart of accounts in Buildium and agree on what chart of accounts in QuickBooks those items match to, both the last fiscal year and the new fiscal year, because those have a different chart of accounts, a different lineup, because we have a new budget. So we need to agree that this code in Buildium goes to this code in last fiscal year and for the new fiscal year. That has not been done. That has been processed. Also, we need to agree with Bricks, the auditor, on a acceptable method to bring money in from Buildium into our QuickBook financials in a GAAP approved way or whatever. We haven't spoken to him yet. I'm working with our bookkeeping firm to come up with like an SOP or procedure which we can present to him. And he said, and if he approves of it, then we will move the money from A to B. And that is what is left to be done to get the money into the P&L and the budget versus actual. Match up the chart of accounts with last fiscal year and this fiscal year. And I'll get the auditor to approve which journal entries we're going to add to move the revenue so it hits our books in QuickBooks. Anybody has questions? Go for it.
Hey, Jason, we thank you for all the hard work. When this whole thing got started, we talked about bringing a company in, and then later, I know you volunteered to do it. You've been working on it for a long time, trying to get all stuff sorted out. But what is the what's the exit strategy look like?
For me, Oh, I mean, when it's clean, I'll pass it off. When the staff is trained and knows how to operate it fully, and there's not mistakes being made, and all the banks are straight, then someone else can handle the majority of it.
Okay, that's an interesting way to put that. You said somebody can handle the majority of it. I mean, I don't think I've said this to the whole board, but kind of got to say it. Is that, we're not supposed to be involved in daily operations, and no board member should be involved in the day-to-day operations of building. I mean, it is a operational matter. And it was never intended for you to be in there. And you and I had that discussion 2 years ago, that this would get up and running. And you did software integration. Every software integration you ever did, at some point you did a turnover. So what I'm asking more specifically is, how are we going to get to that point of that turnover? Because you shouldn't be doing it, not because you're not doing a good job, but because you're a board member. You shouldn't be doing it. At some point, we got to get to that point of turnover where you're able to walk away from it and it's clean. What does that look like? How do we get to that point? When are we to get to that point?
Well, let's go for clean first, and then we'll discuss what involvement I should or shouldn't have. I mean, the treasurer is in charge of making sure all accounts are accurate, deposits and such. So do I need to go in there and be correcting the ledgers manually? I really don't want to be doing that now. But do we have someone that knows how to do it now? We do not. So that forces me to be, oh, Jason, how do we fix this ledger? Okay, well, let's adjust this payment here. Let's do this. Let's do that. Now it's clean. That's the way it should look. As soon as someone else is able to do that, then that's what will happen. If you think I want to be digging through people's ledgers all day long, I surely do not, sir.
Yeah, no, I'm not accusing you of that. We talked at length about this for a while, about trying to find an accountant. We've all kind of discussed that to some extent. Charlene, do you have a plan kind of moving forward where you're starting to look for somebody as an accountant?
We have a bookkeeping firm. Now, do we need someone in the office that has some accounting skills? Certainly, that's been my recommendation for quite a long time, is to get someone that has trained, proven bookkeeping skills. That's my recommendation.
So I think what a lot of people don't know is Building is set up in a very specific way, which is unique to us, which you set up.
That's right.
Okay. Most HOAs that are in Building are just, very easy to do. Ours is different because we have historical, we have restricted, and the way you set your APIs up, it takes specific amounts first, right? And then the membership.
Okay, so let's clarify.
Well, let me finish. And then because we have the API, which, so I may not be saying this correctly, but what you've set up is a great system, but it is more complicated for most people to do it. And I don't think a lot of people know that. If I were to have you explain to everybody how to do a transfer for a prepayment, because you may account for that. It is hard for a lot of our staff to follow that. And this is why some of this is not maybe as easy for them to do. It's not just a simple black and white, which so you're making SOPs.
That's correct.
So that they can follow that. And we will train them, but it is a lot more complicated than just a black and white. And Anna can attest to that. We've sat a couple times with you. I did.
It's really not much more complicated than what we had in QuickBooks, which was very hard for the staff to maintain in there as well.
Yeah.
There was lots of things posted 15 different ways, depending on who did it.
Yes.
So one of the reasons the thing has been delayed. So it's not like it's more complicated in QuickBooks. It's just
there's a lot more steps.
It's different.
It's different. And I'm not complaining about it. It is a good system, but it is a lot for our people to process. And I'm just gonna be honest with you, because there's so many steps. And when there's so many steps, it's not like you just post it and leave it. There's, all right, if it's posted and there's already a prepayment in there, they have to learn how to do that. If they post it, they have to make sure when they post a payment that they look at the breakdown of it, and they have to make sure it goes to historical, make sure it goes to the restricted, make sure it goes to the membership. When people pay with their credit card, it just gets posted, which we have no control over. It doesn't break it down. So we have to go back in there and then we have to break it down. So there's multiple steps in there. So we just need SOPs so we can look at it and work. And I know you're working on that, but I kind of wanted to put it out there because I don't think people know that there's a lot more steps than most people would have to in the regular building. And you would agree, right?
Well, I would agree, because if
Yeah.
you just call Building support and you don't understand how we are using it, you're not gonna get the right answer. for them.
Right.
No matter how knowledgeable they may or may not be, they are not a dedicated person that studied our system and knows exactly what we're doing with it. So when I call and ask them questions, I get the right answer because I know exactly what I'm asking them. But other people that are less familiar with the core concepts of how it's done.
And that's what I want people to understand is it is set up in a way that no other system in building is set up.
And-
We are
And
unique.
let's clarify what the API does or doesn't do. When you say it prioritizes historic page first, that has nothing to do with the API. That is a setting in Buildium.
But you
in
do
there.
that. Oh, yeah.
No, I
yeah,
didn't
yeah,
make that. I set
yeah.
the order.
Yeah,
It's nothing to do with any software I have done or anything like that. Anything I've done mainly just points out possible discrepancies or maybe does a couple of useful reports. As far as anything else, it's not inside Buildium. It's not attached to Buildium. It's standalone. If I walked away right now, you could still do everything you're doing right now. You don't need me or anything I've done to maintain it, other than it helps you point out things that might have been misapplied that potentially need to be.
Which happens a lot because of the way it's set up. I'm just trying to explain that it's more complicated than most people understand.
Well, so that just makes me have more questions, because if Jason, if you're gonna get through your term and you don't run again, or you don't get elected again, how do we handle that situation? Because now you've got code written in, you've got APIs,
It's
you got all
not
this stuff.
in, it's not written in, it's something, it's like, can you still drive to San Antonio if you don't have a radio? Yeah, you can. Would you like to listen to the radio? Sure, you would, but it wouldn't stop you from doing your job or getting to San Antonio. They're like add-on, like checks in there.
Okay,
Okay, it's not inside Buildium,
But
it's not
but then-
preventing anything.
it's kind of beyond my, my purview. But what I heard you say is that our staff is not trained to do it. And even if our staff called Building support because of our unique system of using your API, that even if they call Building support and ask a specific question, they wouldn't even be able to get the right answer.
It has nothing to do with using the API or not using the API. It has to do the fact with most people don't have multiple reserves that need money to be split out to in a
Okay,
certain
but
way.
hold on, that's in the weeds. That doesn't matter. What matters is that our staff, if you were not here, could not call Building support and get the correct answer. Those are your words. They would not be able to get the correct answer because they do not understand how the system works because of its complexity with the API. They would not
It's
understand
nothing
our
to do with
specific
the
question.
API. It has nothing to do with that. Not functioning of Buildium has nothing to do with the API. That's something.
Okay, then explain the wrong answer if a staff member calls.
The staff member calls and asks them how to correct historic allocations and such. Buildium may not know why we're doing those in a certain way. And I have written several SOPs for Charlene. She said we're good and approved, but it takes a lot of time. I've already explained these concepts, but that didn't stick. All right, so I have a problem. Maybe it's me explaining to people in a way that they're gonna get. Like I understand it, and some people do get it. But so now I've written out some clear procedures, but it takes time to do that. You know, if you want it to be technically correct, then it takes time to make it right. And I've given her how many? Two? No, and I have a third one on the internal transfers. which is basically, because we have a lot of different lots and the way the association is set up, we move money in between people's accounts way more than a normal HOA would. Like how many lots do you have, right? And how many do I have? And how many people have just 2 yards and 1 spare lot? If you go in there and you go into Buildium and you pay $1,000 on your residential lot, none of that was on your side lot. You know, you just put money on one account, but not on the other. So we need a procedure that matches it up, which requires refunding the money on one account, paying it with the prepayment, and then making a payment on the other account. So I've set up a procedure for that, and I have an SOP that I'm almost done with, which I'm going to give her. And the staff could technically show the SOP to Buildium potentially, or they can read it, or they can learn it. But ideally, the accounting firm will be able to help with a lot of these things because they can also read the SOPs and handle this matter. Like, so that's the exit strategy, is more direct SOPs and definition of how our system is different than a normal basic Buildium installation. And when that's done, then hopefully between the accounting firm and the staff and Buildium support, it will be able to be maintained with clean, reasonable answers.
So it's, and please, this is not an attack on you,
No.
but your time, right? We need to protect your time, and we also need to protect the association.
Right.
And so it'd be my preference as a board member that we get something in writing from you or you and Charlene that basically says, this is our plan. And over the next 3 months or whatever it is, something in writing that says this is what we're going to stick to. There is no way for any of us to know what's going on or hold anybody accountable, so that I have confidence, or the membership has confidence, that when you are gone, that this whole dang thing doesn't just fall apart.
It can't fall apart because I can't do anything to the way that Buildium functions. I can't touch it. I could quit the board right now, not help us another second, and I have no control over our software because it's running inside Buildium. Just like I'm not doing anything inside QuickBooks than that, other than maybe generating some special reports, pointing out some stuff. So nothing is relying on me other than I'm helping to clean up the information now. And speak of the election, there's a lot of things that need to be cleaned up with our names and addresses and such there. Can I pull all the data from the county and compare thousands of accounts and thousands of names and check their address against the USPS API for valid addresses? Yes, I can help do all those things. Do you want me to do it? Maybe I will. Maybe not. There's a lot of work that I can do to help with this, but it's not affecting the core operation of that. Nothing here is depending on me to continue doing anything other than help us get the information cleaner, better, organized, and maintain it. So it's less of a day-to-day operations that I even want to do. If you think I want to be into the daily thing, absolutely, I do not want to be in the daily thing. I just want to make sure everything's clean and we move towards reclaiming the non-performing lots, that we get our information straight with what CAD thinks they own and what we think we own. There's a lot of things in there past the books. Just haven't been able to work on that because it's all been fix the books, get the data from QuickBooks. There's more projects like reclaiming the non-performing lots, which is one of the reasons that I pushed for Buildium, is because they allowed 8,000 units, which allowed every single lot inside the woods, a lot of them that weren't even inside the black system of QuickBooks that I had put in there. So there's significant work that has been done towards more goals than just tracking how much money a person owes. And that's part of the overall plan. But none of this hinges on me, okay, in any way.
Okay, I just want to make sure, just to be completely clear, to summarize all this up, I want to make sure
Just a
that when
little,
we're all gone, that our staff can run this system flawlessly or to a very high level to where we can pass audits and all that other stuff. If that's what's going to happen, then great. But how am I supposed to know that without talking about it and asking about it?
That's fun.
it does depend on you though. So, because this is unique, Because you know how to, because like you were saying, there's different properties. And if somebody makes a payment and they only do it on one property, then we have to transfer to another property, and it's not easy.
And that will be
So,
solved with the
yes.
SOP that
And-
I
and-
almost had from here.
Yes, and you set it up, so yeah, we do depend on you for that. Because we gotta get that SOP to train them, so it is important because you were the mastermind behind getting it, so we could do it, so yes, you are. You do need the SOP.
Yes, and have I not provided you with
Yes.
several useful
No.
ones? Okay.
I'm not saying you didn't, I'm just saying.
I know there
yes,
needs to be a
yes.
few more,
Yeah.
but right now I'm dealing with the audit.
Yeah.
And working with the bookkeepers and everything else, so we can get that part completed.
Thank you very much. That was very enlightening. I'm being serious. I wasn't being facetious. The Smithsonian. Any updates on Smithsonian?
I'll chime in. I mean, I think most of the updates have been given, but we are working on, I mean, the majority of the time so far has been really spent on the Dickman Hall renovation and fundraising so far. And we're going to kind of hit the ground running right now on programming. We've got some exciting kind of tentative partners, and we will have a Smithsonian planning meeting on Sunday, March 1st at Dickman at 5 o'clock, and we'll have Tuesday and Thursday work days and some upcoming lecture series and movie nights, as I mentioned, and then we'll be adding some additional fundraisers and planning meetings as we go, but we'll send out a report and a dispatch hopefully this week. So all is moving along well. It's exciting. We will have a car show December 12th, I believe, a classic car show. So that's one of the things that I don't think has been distributed yet. But so if anyone knows any classic car owners that would like to be involved, we've got the Model A Alamo A's club coming and some from Del Rio and Uvalde. So that's gaining some traction already, but we'll send out more information about that as well. So lots of exciting program opportunities that will come November 21st through January 3rd. And we'll be developing the schedule as we get those more confirmed, but excited to share all that with you.
Thank you, Annabelle, for your hard work on this. I just want to notify the board that as of January 31st, our memorandum of understanding has expired. And along with that, we extended it in December to January 31st in order to establish a contract that then we could review and everybody vote on. So now we're operating Smithsonian, the idea of Smithsonian, without an MOU and without a contract.
Actually, I believe Charlene has sent a rental agreement. I think it's been signed.
We're using the upstairs to rent it out.
That's a rental agreement, not
It's an
a contract for Smithsonian, is it?
It's
No, it's just, I guess it's a rental agreement for the time period that the Smithsonian will be here.
it's just rental.
So that's what we're doing now, just rental.
Yes, that's what that's for, to raise the money, but I'm assuming that we need an MOU for what we already had. So this is just to rent out the upstairs, so that would make them money.
Can we just put the MOU and extend it in our next meeting, next board meeting?
Yep.
And if there's any changes, you can update it and present it to us at the next board meeting so that we can extend it.
Yeah, we can certainly, we can kind of talk offline and figure out where we are, because I think there's maybe some misunderstanding, but yes, we can certainly have something ready for next board meeting.
I think mainly the MOU covered the fact that they were doing renovations and it covered everything that they would be doing and responsible for. that the fort would not be monetarily involved in it. It's a very simple MOU, and I don't know if they have any additions to make to that, but they're doing a wonderful job of raising money and doing rentals, and they're keeping everything on their repairs and things like that are already covered under the MOU that we do currently have. Just need to probably extend it longer until November, and then the rental for the Smithsonian will take over. The rental agreement will be ready to, it's already in place.
Yeah, the rental agreements like we would do with any of our buildings. And so it was extended with a date on it for them to be able to only rent the upstairs so they could raise money to put back into it for the Smithsonian. So when they rent it, they get 40% of that. But it's a little bit different than an MOU. This is just for the rental area. Does that make sense? Just like if they would rent downstairs or the NCO club or the commissary.
Well, yes, that makes perfect sense. But I think what as a board, we have to consider is that we represent all the membership. And I know that there's members that have had concerns about Smithsonian. Our concern, I know my concern on it's just been that we don't really want to spend any money on it. But I don't ideologically or whatever, don't have anything against it. I don't fundamentally have anything against it. I think it's a great opportunity for a lot of people to come to the county if that comes to fruition. But there are members that do have concerns with it, and yet we now have a rental agreement, which I vaguely remember that, but it's not. An MOU came in front of the board, so it's important. This whole thing's, there's been a advertising, a campaign, we'll call it, in the newspaper and everywhere else, that this has become, this is a big deal. But yet, we run out of our MOU, we have no contract, we just bypass any input from the membership with a rental agreement. That's what just happened. So my case in point would be, how could any member have anything to say about it now? Because the rental agreement now.
What do they need to say about it? And I'm assuming we're having the Smithsonian there. Like, what more concerns are there? They're raising thousands of dollars. They just started.
It's not concerns, it's procedure. It's procedure. It's not concerns necessarily, it's procedure. And we have to represent the entire membership, right? So I'm not saying it's wrong. That's not my point. My point is that this isn't the same as renting out Shafter Hall or the NCO club. It's not the same thing. This is a big deal that came before the board for an MOU and then a contract, which was stated in the meeting in December that we would extend the MOU for a contract. Now it's been bypassed, which a contract would have had to been discussed and talked about with a rental agreement. And so now there's no chance for a member, any member, that would have come in front of the board to talk about a perceived contract or known that it happened in executive session or another discussion in front of the membership here and with the board in a board meeting. That chance for anybody to voice their opinion is now gone. This is not the same as renting out any other building we've ever had because it's for a specific event that's now had to go through all these steps in this campaign. So I'm not saying that I support Smithsonian coming here if it doesn't cost us any money. And there's a lot of people that have worked very hard on it. And I'm excited about that. But this is not the same as renting out Shafter.
I wonder, I think maybe, John, is it possible that you missed a meeting? Because I feel like there's a gap that we're not clear on.
Yeah, maybe so. And I am slightly confused. So if that's the case, I'll apologize as I have for most of the things that are wrong. I've tried to apologize for them. So if I have, I apologize in advance. But I feel like I'm missing something here.
And if we're going to spend, if we were, and I'm not saying we are, but if we were to spend any money on this, the board's going to have to vote on it, right? Like, if we want to buy a new AC for 20 grand, it's not getting past this table, or there's a serious problem if someone paid 20 grand for an AC with the membership's money and we didn't talk about it. So I don't disagree that we might need an MOU or whatever, but anything substantial that's gonna happen is gonna come right here in front of everyone, and it's gonna have to be voted on and discussed. Anything beyond minor spending limits like donating a dumpster or something, which we have done.
Yeah.
You know,
Worst case scenario, I think we just need to get it all kind of written out, because if we're pushing, a couple of months before November, and all of a sudden, oh, by the way, we need to spend $25,000 on air conditioning, is this board gonna say yes or no?
We don't need, just to be clear, we have been monitoring the temperature throughout the dates that the Smithsonian will be here, and the average temperature, it is within reason that does not affect the actual installation. So the temperature in the ballroom in Dickman is not, we can, the Smithsonian can use it as is. So that's not actually, I mean, I would suggest if the fort is going to be renting out the space as a rental venue, I think at some point that's probably going to be necessary and something that is very reasonable. But that is not related to Smithsonian.
So, yeah, I want to chime in. That has always been, that was stated in the beginning with the Smithsonian, that the building was studied for the time of year, and that an air conditioning system was not necessary for this whatsoever. But I think what has happened, the reason the air conditioning is even a discussion right now, is with the events that have happened recently. People are like, wow, this place is great.
Yeah.
We want to keep using this place. Wait, the summer's coming and it will not be, usable in the same way in the summer without an air conditioning. So it's not really tied to the Smithsonian, but tied to the space is being improved, it's being used, and we're realizing that we may want to use it in the summer because it's a nice thing.
Yes. I do recall, and I can't, and I'm not gonna be able to say it verbatim, because we did talk about the rental agreement. As Travis said, just use the rental agreement, but it was a couple of board meetings ago, so I'll have to go back and look, but it specifically let them use that rental agreement, because they're putting all the work into the upstairs and to help them raise the money to be able to put back into there. So they could do that, but that doesn't take the place of an MOU. So, I mean, I could be wrong, but
And I threw out the air conditioning just as an example, and Aaron's correct. But I know we talked about the elevator, but I have a piece of paper has not crossed my eyes to say this is the situation with the elevator, whether it's just a maintenance contract, we're going to fix it. It's been all talk, and we have no information regarding that. So I know there's still time, and I'm looking forward to getting all that processed, because I'm in favor as well, as long as it doesn't cost the board any money.
Yeah, I mean, again, eventually like with the elevator is a great example. We would need that. And so we do have an offer by someone. The two quotes that we've gotten, and we're still waiting on a photo, I think, from Shirley Daniel, the master cylinder or something. That's not my language, so I could be misspeaking, but there's something we're waiting for one company. But generally, the other two have said that the inspection, the certificate, the elevator works. It just has to be under a monthly maintenance contract to be licensed by the state of Texas, and it has to be licensed in order to be used for a rental venue. But and we do, and that would be $150 a month. Is the quote that we've gotten so far, and that's a monthly maintenance contract. So outside of that, there's really no other expense. It's just the $150 a month. And unless something like, breaks, but we do have someone that has offered to donate that, for a year. And then we would probably get, we would get the rest of the $150 a month donated for another year, so that the fort could have, 2 years of that licensed monthly maintenance contract for the elevator, because we would need it for the Smithsonian, and then it would be up to the fort if they want to continue using the elevator, and thus paying for the monthly maintenance fee and the licensing to continue. So
You know, I just think it's great that we're starting to use this building again. Someone made the right decision 15 years ago, or whenever it was, to just shut the door and leave the thing done. And it was, some people said it would take a lot of money to get the thing usable again. It's usable. It was just used. It was a great party in there. People want to rent it. People want to use it. Could it use a little more paint? Could it use a little more tweaks on the bathrooms, a few more things done? Yes. But over the last 15 years or so, if that thing had been even halfway maintained, how much revenue would we have brought in for the membership? We wouldn't be sitting here going, I don't want to put a penny into this. We will not do $1 on one of our best, most rentable, likely very profitable venues that can be used in the future, but yet we just want to, no, we can't put $1 in there. Don't put a dime, don't put a nickel. Yet people are dumping money in here that for donations, $1,000 here, $15 here. I'll rent that party. Actually, all my friends want to rent the party 4 times a year for the next year. It's moving forward. So our attitude needs to shift. This is a very nice venue. It's amazing up there. And I am just dumbfounded on why it's sat there for that long. And I'm very glad it's moving now.
Come on, Miss, yeah, hello, Miss Katie. Good morning.
Okay, on the Smithsonian, you mentioned partnerships. Are they half and half on the financials? If they're a partner, are they helping pay for this?
That's probably
Pay for what?
For your expenses?
The Smithsonian, the exhibit and the programming is all, I mean, the fort is not paying for any of that.
That's not what I asked. I said, you have mentioned partnerships with this exhibit. Are they helping foot the cost?
Talking about Texas Historical?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it's the Texas Historical Commission and the Texas Pecos Trail region is sort of the intermediary between the Smithsonian Institution. And so they are sort of the boots on the ground because they're, in Texas. And they are working with us to secure funding and grants. And then we're also doing additional fundraising. So partners are more, in our context, is more of like a, there is no cost to it, but we will have sponsors, grants, donors, various ways in which we're raising money. But the partners are more like partner exhibits. So like the new Buffalo Soldier Heritage Trail that has just been announced through the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. We are partners with them, which is basically just a kind of a collaboration in that they're including us in their marketing and on their kind of trail, and we're doing the same. And so they will bring representatives to the fort to give presentations and to have a table and that sort of thing. But there's no, it doesn't imply a buy-in, if that makes sense.
So I want to ask a question for clarity. So partnerships are bringing in they're using their already existing advertising to bring in people to the exhibit at the fort, correct?
Yes.
And then
So it's just additional marketing, essentially.
Additional marketing that we're not paying for. And then we talk about fundraising. The money that's being raised goes where?
The money that's being raised is going to the community council in a projects account, which is, I think pickleball, the Smithsonian, Dickman, various projects, just like they have a raffle account. And so, yeah, it's all donations are being made payable to Port Clark Community Council at this point. We may have, the Historical Society, or if there are other nonprofits that want to write grants and then donate, that's
So these partnerships are generating income to bring to the community for Dickman and other and advertising. Is that correct?
Yes. I mean, the value far exceeds the value in marketing and, it far exceeds the monetary donations that those partners are, I mean, because again, it doesn't imply they're not necessarily paying to be here to participate. They're bringing a lot of value in their presentation and their audiences and their following. So
Ms. Annabelle, just for more clarity, I think you mentioned an amount earlier, but I can't recall it. How much money has been raised up to date? Because I know you only need 7,000 for the exhibit to get here. How much of the 7,000 have you all
Pecos
raised?
Trail's paying that.
Well, that's news, I didn't know.
No, it's not news. It's been stated 100 times that,
No.
that
well,
we are no way
that's
responsible
they're
for
they're
moving the
assisting with
exhibit.
that, but yeah, we've raised $5,400 or 57. But no, with the raffle, so I guess it's $5,600 so far. But I mean, we're kind of just getting started, so it's. I mean, again, there's no cost to the board.
But as far as the exhibit being moved there, is that or not being covered by Pecos Trail?
They're not directly. The shipping costs, they're contributing to the overall cost of the programming, but we're gonna have some marketing and various other programming kind of stipends for historians and exhibits that might come in, but we're working that so they'll go that
So you're gonna raise money to pay for the.
That's what I was asking for. That's what
I thought.
we're securing the funding for all of the programming.
Okay.
Through various channels, grants, donors, Texas Pecos Trail region, an entire, fundraising campaign, much like we're doing for Dickman.
Ms. Annabelle, your current balance right now is $5,600.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Your current balance is $5,600.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Curtis?
So, excuse me, I can only speak anecdotally, but when this all started, it was decided that this was not daily operations, and that's why the board was going to make some form of approval. Now it sounds like we bypassed that. So that's not what was originally sold to the membership on how this was going to occur. Question for you, Charlena. You say you have a rental contract with
Agreement
moms, the organization, the museums on Main Street.
with Annabelle.
Okay, so we have a rental agreement with Annabelle. That rental agreement is for the use of the space in November of 26.
Up until November.
So is
Rent out
it,
the upstairs.
is that renting out the upstairs for the Smithsonian?
It's for them to raise money for the Smithsonian.
So the period of time that the Smithsonian is in there, there is no rental agreement.
I don't believe so, Annabelle, is that correct? I don't have it in front of me, but
Because I'm hearing from Annabelle, I
it might
think,
be to the end of that.
well, that's.
Yeah, I think it does extend through that, but yeah, I'll have to check too. I feel like we're.
I think we're talking past each other. You think you have one thing, she
No, it
thinks she
is.
has
She's
something
correct.
else.
She's correct.
So the board did not approve the use of that space. You did.
Yes.
Technically, the way I understand it, what you're saying is, if you want to rent the space in 2 weeks, you can ask to rent it.
That's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
That's not what I'm asking.
So if I want to rent it in 2 weeks, I can.
That's not what I'm asking. It appears to me that the board has not approved yet because there is no MOU and there's no contract for this organization, moms or whatever names they're using to use that space. But from what I'm hearing from Annabelle, and I don't want to speak for you, Annabelle, I hope you can hear me. You believe you guys have board approval or someone's approval to use that space for the Smithsonian. Would that be a fair statement?
I believe that's a fair statement.
Okay. You're not sure what the contract says.
No, she's right. I gave them a rental agreement like I would with any other building. And all the way to December. To January. For them to raise money for the Smithsonian.
To
Now, if it
raise
doesn't
money.
get approved, then
If what doesn't get approved?
if the Smithsonian is supposed to come, but we're not supposed to spend any money on it, isn't that correct? But
Well, that's what we were talking about. But see, this is what you guys seem to think that you don't have, no, let me rephrase that, because there's some different people on the board think different things. What she just told me is that she's basically waiting on you guys to approve the Smithsonian being used in the space. But some of you think it's not needed because we have a rental agreement. That's not what what I heard from the fort or from the board meetings. So I think the board still needs to come to an agreement. You either need to approve it or you need to disapprove it so that this doesn't get down the road. This is what I'm afraid that's going to happen. This is going to get down the road and it is going to turn out there's going to have to be major repairs. And then it's going to be we've been acting in good faith for months. And now we have to do this at last minute. We have no choice because otherwise the venue doesn't have anywhere to go. So I think the board needs to either approve it or not approve it, but it needs to be done. It needs to be done in writing and it needs to be known what that's going to commit the fort to. Because let's just say the exhibit's here. Does it have to be monitored by a fort personnel? Does somebody have to be in that room all the time?
Yeah.
No.
So, I mean, if the exhibit were to come tomorrow, it would be fully functional. We could.
Right, but we're not responsible
resources
for.
needed from the fort. There would be, it would be, we would man it, the committee,
The committee people would man it, not the fort.
yes.
Okay, but see, that's something I think needs to be called out because I don't think people know that. So what I'm encouraging you all to do is to approve it or not approve it, but do something. Because right now it sounds like they don't actually have a contract. They have a rental
they
agreement.
have a rental agreement.
Yes, but the board has not.
Yes, if the board doesn't approve it, it would be just like any other one, then they won't be able to use it. I specifically did the rental agreement with them for them to raise money for the Smithsonian and to put it aside so it didn't get rented.
Right.
And if it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out. Am I not correct, Annabelle? Right?
Yeah, I think that is the general understanding that, we're raising money. We've got a committee of volunteers and donors, many of whom are in the room, I think right now, that have been working and donating to upgrade the venue so that ultimately, yes, a 6-week period is intended to be used for the Smithsonian exhibit, which will bring in a tremendous amount of marketing value and just community engagement. And then following that, the intention is to leave behind a upgraded and improved and renovated venue for the fort so that the association can continue to use that and generate revenue from it. It's frustrating as we are raising money and then with this opposition, it's just, it really.
It's not opposition, Annabelle, it's questions. Because you guys are talking, you're talking benefits. I'm talking process and the board was talking process at one point and that seems to have been thrown away. If I guess I'll ask a question, I'll make a statement and then I'll be done. I'm just trying to make sure that we're working towards something. Annabelle, do you believe that you have the board's permission to utilize that venue for those dates for the Smithsonian?
It's my understanding that we have the association's permission to use Dickman, the ballroom, from essentially now until January 3rd to improve it and then use it for the exhibit.
Okay, so you believe you have permission to use that venue for the exhibit? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. But we don't have an agreement for that. And a rental agreement is not the same because, in my opinion, because the whole reason we started talking about this at the beginning was the board itself said that this was so out of the purview of general operations that Charlena wasn't going to be responsible for this, in that the board had to approve something to say that we're going to do this.
I think that was my understanding was that if it was when the understanding or the confusion of it being outside of the purview of the operations was when there was a lot of questions about what the fort would be obligated to spend. And since we have been, working on raising money, we have clarified that and through the MOU and a number of other conversations and meetings, we've clarified that there is absolutely no obligation, no financial commit needed from the fort. In fact, we are donating as a committee, donating to the fort. I mean, so I think the use of Dickman then comes back into the rental agreement into the operations side, because there's no, the contract was sort of between, my understanding was needed when, to clarify what was needed and what the fort was being obligated for, et cetera, like what kind of relationship that would look like, what resources would be needed, and all of that. And as there, as there's really this, as there's no more resources needed than a standard rental agreement, then that's sort of my understanding of where it was left.
And that may be, but I will tell you that my impression, and this could be just mine, but I think there are other people on the fort that have the same impression, and that was that the board was going to make a definite decision on an MOU and a contract. And that was mentioned as late as last meeting. That hasn't happened, which means that the board's at risk, and all of Annabelle's and others, I'm not just singling her out, the moms and the committee that they have, they're at risk. So I think the board needs to do something. My opinion would be you need to either approve or disapprove or clarify, because they think that they've got approval. But what you all originally stated you were going to do, from my memory, was you were going to approve an MOU or a contract, and that hasn't happened.
We did approve an MOU, we did approve an MOU for them to use it. And right now, it just needs to be extended as far as, that's the way I'm understanding it. We approved the MOU that the board that we would not be reliable, depended on for any amount of money. They would cover everything. They could use it for the Smithsonian. We did vote on that.
Yes, but it's since expired, right?
And it needs to be renewed.
So we don't have
renewed it once, we need to renew it again. And if there's any clarification that anybody needs, they can get with Annabelle and she can clarify it, and we'll vote on it at our next meeting.
Well, we have her on the audience right now. She can clarify.
Well, I just,
Well, she needs to clarify it and present it to us through the MOU so we can vote on it. And I think that's where we are right now. We just need to vote on it and extend the MOU. And if there's any clarification that anybody is concerned about, she can, when she redoes the MOU, she can add an amendment, an addendum to that MOU, and we can approve it at our next meeting.
now, would that be the annual meeting, March, or is that?
No, we have a meeting before the annual meeting,
March 21st.
March 24th.
Okay, all right. I just, so that's what I was hearing. So now, just so I have understanding, there is currently no MOU with them because it expired.
Correct.
The plan at this point is for them to request you all to approve the MOU, then that will be done at the next meeting on the 21st, or whatever the scheduled meeting is for March.
Correct.
Thank you.
Shirley, this is just a curious question regarding this matter, because it could apply to anybody here, any member of the board. It's a hypothetical question. My daughter graduates in May from high school. If I went today and give you a $500 deposit to rent Dickman Hall for one night, can I do it?
I have the agreement with Annabelle that because they're using
On
that.
May. I'm not talking about November. I'm talking about May 30th.
Yeah, I know. I'm answering.
Good. Okay. Go ahead.
She is, she is taking care of the rentals up there.
Oh, so I would have to go to her?
You're in ground.
She has to.
And that's so that we can time it appropriately, but the deposit would be made to the fort.
Yep.
The agreement would be made to the fort. I'm just basically volunteering as the event coordinator for that space, so that we can make sure that, someone doesn't rent it when we're getting ready to pull the carpet up or something, or in the throes of bathroom and toilets are gone. And so that's what, with this, for example, with the Valentine's Day party, rushed to get the new sinks in the ladies' bathroom so that there were sinks. But, you know, had the venue been rented the week before and we weren't aware, there would have been no sinks. So, you know, that's kind of where that lies. But and then also because I have offered to and Charlie and I have talked about this, you know, I'm offering and continuing to work on updating the guidelines and the process for that rental. And then maybe, you know, if the fort wants to use that as a kind of a template for the other venues, because for example, one of the problems that we ran into in the ballroom is decades of nails in the wall. And I mean, you know, Baker actually did a lot of the handiwork himself, but also donated man hours. And Katie and is it Joe or Stephen Taylor? Anyway, they're wonderful. Helped patch those walls. I mean, but that was countless hours of patching holes in the walls because of the tremendous amount of nails and staples and, you know, 20-year-old crepe paper that was left up there. And so we want to make sure that we find a, you know, kind of fine tune a rental agreement that has a lot of those guidelines and stipulations. And so we'll be working on that. I'm trying to figure out how the space is used effectively. We've got a diagram, how many seats, how many chairs can fit in what layout, and how, we'll be looking at how the audio-visual system works. There are currently some speaker boxes on the wall. I don't think they work, but that's something that ultimately would be great to have in that space so that we can, in the future, the fort can have meetings. And so that is kind of my role, is just sort of an oversight coordinator this year, between now and the Smithsonian, as things are being improved and worked on by volunteers, so that events hopefully, can run seamlessly or smoothly in the midst of all the work that's being done. And then also have kind of a takeaway after the Smithsonian that the fort can use to market the space as a rentable venue and know kind of the quirks of, the table spaces and the lighting and the electric and all of that. So, Joe's in there. He's been helping tremendously. He put the sinks in a day. I think he and John Wirtz, everybody has just been, all hands on deck to kind of get ready for that. And then now we're going to kind of pull back out all the equipment and get back to work on the windows, which there are 18, I believe, that we're currently scraping, and Kathy's in there. I think I see, sorry if I'm missing someone, y'all are tiny on my screen, but and so it's
okay.
a lot of kind of logistical.
I appreciate all the information you just shared with us, and but I just learned something new. I was not aware that you were in control of the Pickman Hall at this time. Thank you. Go ahead.
I wouldn't call it control.
Okay, well, I mean,
I'm letting Annabelle
approve.
approve them because she's up there working.
I didn't
She's
know.
got this.
I didn't know. I'm just saying I didn't know.
Well,
She's helping coordinate. okay?
yes,
Right.
Let's not get confused. The work that we're doing and the group and the volunteers are doing is to improve the presence of Dickman Hall so that all of the visitors that are going to be here and going through there see something better. How much money have they asked for from you, or, you can't even imagine how much volunteer money's been put in that's not even being put on the books, buying materials and supplies to improve the presence, okay? And so none of that had to be done. They could have walked in there and maybe maintenance might have had to come in and make the restrooms work a little bit better, but they're not asking, they're simply improving. Not only that, because of the improvements they've made rentals that they would not have done if they had not worked on this. So don't get confused about Smithsonian and the benefit it is coming to the fort.
Joe, I'm not confused about anything.
Okay,
What was not clear was the non-clarity of the information.
okay.
And I'm clear today, and I'm very appreciative of. How many times have I said today, how much, thank you for the volunteers? I'm crazy about it, I'm very happy. And going back to your original statement that they've never asked the board. At the very beginning, they said, they, the committee, whomever, well, we know who they are. We're not gonna need anything from the board other than permission to go up there and start cleaning. So that's been the understanding from day one. So as far as I'm concerned, and I will assume the rest of the board is, I got no misunderstanding. Thank you.
Yeah, and I know to your earlier, I don't know if that was hypothetical or not, but if someone you or otherwise is interested in renting it in May, for example,
It was hypothetical,
okay. Because you could, and you could pay the deposit and then the rental fee to the association, and then we could work around that to make sure that it is in a great condition for that event, and 40% of your rental fee would be allocated to continued improvements. So there's my pitch.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, are we done with Smithsonian? All right, restricted budget. Is there any updates on restricted budget?
I talked about my gym notes.
Okay. Aaron, is there anything that you want to talk about restricted budget? No? Okay. Anyway? The wonderful motel update, it's going fast, my observation.
Can you do it faster than Building and Smithsonian?
No, I'm talking about what I've been observing going on.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
So I've been in talking, well, brief conversations with Jim and exchange of pictures, and I inspected it last night. Yeah, progress is great. They've got most of the steel plates up in place and the new compound beams, which is pretty exciting. And most of the floor.
There's no carpet. That's the exciting thing.
I mean, no one should go up there, but I may have gone up there.
Well, then we know it's ready then.
No, do not go up there.
We didn't fall through.
I didn't volunteer.
It holds
Mr.
what,
Long
about
was also up there. I did
400
not.
pounds or so at least.
So the rigidity is certainly improved from before. It is not complete though. Please do not go up there. It is not safe for people to be up there. But yes, progress is good. It's moving along. It's nice. Seeing steel up there. And mind you, these are composite beams, so you have to look for the steel, but that there's steel incorporated now and doubled up joists is really good to see. So that's the motel. It's underway and it's moving forward as well.
Looks good. They showed a bunch to me yesterday.
And the exciting part is gonna be done before, that part's gonna be done before four o'clock days.
Yes. I'm just excited to see nice, big, thick beams across there and no carpet. Wow, it's awesome. And it's straight. It's not sagging. And they were really gracious about showing me the beams that they were putting together, which are majorly sturdy. I mean, they're
There's a lot of
really
nails,
nice
huh?
looking. Yeah.
Not a nail?
Bolts, no nails.
No
Bolts.
bolts.
All right, now we're getting into I'm sorry, is there a question? I'm sorry, Ms. Kate, come on up.
Okay, these repairs. That's what our special assessment was for. Okay. What is your projected income from the special assessment?
You missed the first part of the meeting. We collected about 40,000 already?
Yeah, 40,000.
Yeah.
That's what we collected.
Okay. And the bid for the hotel?
The bid for the hotel, this one, they're two separate bids. This one I think is 54,000. However, there are some parts that are known and unknown at the same time. For instance, the bid is a structural repair bid. It doesn't include redoing electrical work, which we know there's a rat's nest of wires, etc. So that'll probably be additional costs that we, while we're doing it, want to do. I don't know, some of it's non-functional, like it's just
Mhm.
loose, it's old wires that are doing nothing but being an eyesore. But yeah, 54,000 for this one,
For Patton Hall.
for Patton Hall.
Other one I think is 52.
Yeah, they're within a couple thousand of each other. But there are slight, like, additional costs, like I just mentioned, that are not part of the bid. It's just a structural repair and paint bid.
Okay. But the special assessment was for both buildings.
So, right, and there is no, the special assessment, if everything, if everyone paid every penny of the special assessment, it would not cover the cost of the repairs.
Well, if every single lot paid, it would, but that's
It would-
unlikely.
We do not anticipate the assessment income to cover the motel repairs by a substantial amount. I would say by $30,000 or $40,000, we anticipate the expense exceeds our best hope for the special assessment income. I also want to say the special assessment is maybe related to, but it's not directly the motel. There are other expenses we have coming as well that we're talking about today, like the bulldozer, another big expense we have coming up. There's a number of deficit expenses.
I realize that, but we were told the special assessment was for the hotel.
And about two, based on what he said, about 2/3, that we're gonna probably collect 2/3 of what's owed on the motel. So
Yeah.
the majority, if not all of it's gonna go to the motel.
Okay.
So that's about 660 lots that have paid the special assessment so far. And that's without sending out any letters, without threatening any late fees or liens or collections or calling anybody and asking them to pay it. That was just simply, we just put it out on dispatch, set it in the meeting. So we've gotten pretty good results with no expenditure on mailing, staff time, stuff in envelopes and all that. The plan is to start a little more aggressively in April with potentially letters and notices and what have you for
Possible liens.
possibly. So but that has not been done. So we kind of gave people a little bit of a time to adjust to the idea and we did pretty well with just emails and such, dispatch and such, 660 people already paid that, so.
Okay, one last question. The amount of the special assessment,
Yes.
when you guys were calculating this,
Okay.
when you calculated a projected income, was that calculation based on people that are current in all assessments? Not the ones that are deadbeats that haven't paid in years.
The amount was calculated based on the declaration saying that we could levy 10% of your annual assessment, which is 5635 times 12 times 0.1 for 10% of what you annually would pay on a lot. Actually, it's not 5635, it's the 5031 because we're not taxing on top of restricted and historic. So it was 5031 times 12, about a little more than $600, and 10% of that is 6037. So that's where the number came. 6037 was 10% of the regular annual assessment charged in here. It wasn't necessarily based on how much we could get or how many people were going to pay or not. Because when we really started on that, she just ramped up collections, and that makes a big difference of who's going to pay and who hasn't paid and who will pay.
Yeah.
So now that we're getting down to the April thing to start sending out letters, I will be pulling who paid, who hasn't paid, that is already paying other things. And how many people are these that are on non-performing lots that are never gonna pay it. So now we've gotten people to start paying, and we're gonna go a little bit more forward with letters and pension liens, X, Y, and Z. Then we can get some solid numbers on what's left, what's left that might be able to be pulled back in. My guess is another 20 grand, like without like crazy, like serious or really efforts. And are we gonna put a lien on someone's house for $60? We might. I don't know. We haven't discussed that, like future
collection efforts there.
Okay, one last question. My assessments come out automatically
Yes.
from my bank account. Will this?
No,
No.
we've been making phone calls.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. We've been making phone calls. I have a list of people to call. Your automatic payments go directly just to your membership and your residential, not the special assessment. So we actually are calling people and saying, hey, do you want to pay your 60/37? We can do that for you. So we are calling people who haven't paid yet.
Okay,
Yeah, we can't do it unless you give us permission.
okay, thank you.
Ms. Gator,
Do I get your permission, ma'am?
You know,
What do you think on it?
I was thinking maybe we should employ some robocallers. Like I get all kinds of
No.
links and stuff. Hey, I think you owe your special assessment. You didn't pay. Call you about 15 times a day.
I'll just take you to lunch.
Ms. Kate, thank you for those questions and for the public and for TV Land. It's kind of sad that we've actually had members that not only know, but hell no, they're not gonna pay that special assessment. So, okay, we'll just move on.
You can call them like you did me, Memo. That's how I first
I have
talked to
I have to
Memo.
be an employee of the force.
Because you owe on all your lots because you didn't pay it automatically.
There's no information. My special assessment was auto drafted along with my monthly fee, just so you know, it does happen.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, 167.03, usually it's 106.66. So the extra $60 was taken out.
So you paid 106.66?
Normally I pay 106.66, but this month I paid 167.03. Auto draft. So it is working. I'm glad it worked, but it's not working the way it
Did you
Did you
set
set
up
it
your
up?
auto pay or the staff set it up?
I think you set it
I
up.
set it up.
See, if
Yeah,
you
so-
set it up, you have to put, it will only pay 106.66.
There's several settings. And
Yes.
one of the settings, which I recommended everybody at the staff set up,
Right.
was that you pay up to the maximum amount of your regular assessment. So if an ARC fine gets on there, or something gets on there, you're gonna contest, it won't take
Right.
it. But when you did it, you might have clicked pay the entire balance, which will pay the entire balance. So
That's fine.
I'm guessing that's what happened.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, let's take it offline, because there is a difference here that you need to clarify to other members.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem, man.
No, thank you, Mr. Baker. Okay, discussion and possible actions. Items. The purchase of bulldozer, Ms. Cavender, we get that information?
I do, well, can you put it up on the,
Yes, ma'am. Here to try that.
so right now, we only have,
That's my deal. Is that the same deal?
I didn't have a video.
That's the purge.
Oh, video.
That's the purge dozer.
Yes,
Sounds like that.
yeah, that's the one that y'all were talking about.
Then we're gonna get new ones.
That's good.
I
Well, that's the one that's. I think you
I know.
need $250,000.
did
Okay.
have a picture of
It's with the
that
painter.
in the packet.
No, I was talking to, Mark, Freezy, or Frazee, however you say it.
Sure.
Right. What bulldozer are you looking at? Are we looking at different bulldozers?
She's looking at a different one. This is the one you're looking at.
Yes.
Is that the one you got?
So, yeah,
We can omit the one you looked at.
we can?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then-
Yeah.
Is there a reason why?
Yeah, it's just it's a bad deal. I looked at it too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess it's a bad deal.
Is it cheaper?
Dramatic, it's a bad deal.
It's what you pay for.
That one's actually 42,000.
Right.
The one Sharon has is 25 and it's right here in Bragville, so.
Oh, there we go.
You go, Sharon.
I was approached on a bulldozer, in 20, I've got, it's a D5, not a 6. It's a little bit lighter than a 6, but it'll do what we need to do to get our landfill done.
It's a 40,000-pound machine.
I got the serial number. I contacted Hope Cat, a pillar in San Antonio, told them about the machine. They looked at the video. They said that they would recommend that it would be a good deal, because in 2019, the people put a new turbo. A new turbo was installed, a new engine was installed, rebuilt injector pump, new injectors, new final drive seals, and new rocker bushings. All of this was done at 12,585 hours on the machine. Also, they resealed 5 hydraulic cylinders in the last 3 years. The dozer has 13,040 hours currently. I was looking at comparisons. The D5 is a little bit lighter. It's more fuel efficient. It's suitable for moderate landfill tasks. The D5 can serve well on smaller or lighter landfill sites. We're only using this thing for 1 or 2 days a week on the landfill. We can get rid of the roll-offs. I think the cost of not having roll-offs will offset the $25,000 pretty quickly. Also with CAP, when I talked to them at Holt, they thought it would be a really good deal in return on our investment if we got to a place where we could afford a D6, or we needed a D6, or we needed to upgrade. We would get our money back on this because we're getting such a good deal on it to trade it in, and we could trade it in and trade up at a later date when we got our finances in order. The total price, I got a price range on the D5s. A lower end price range is 19 to 30,000. Mid range is 100,000 to 300,000 for this type of machine. It's basically, they base it on the hours, the attachments, certain accessories that it might or might not have. Some of the very old units, like from 1970 to 1990, they show up real cheap, like 20 grand or whatever, but they're gonna require a lot of work, just like the one we have in parts and pieces. So we have an opportunity to get our landfill back in use with this D5. It's not enclosed, as you can see. It's not totally enclosed. It's not air conditioned. It doesn't have all the whistles and bells on it. But I think we can survive and save some money and not have roll-offs. And when we get ready and in the position that we can afford something better, we can trade up. Also, I've given Holt Cap pretty much an RFP of the wish list that Philip and Lee would like to have, and they have it on their list. If they run across something that fits our whistles and bells and we can afford it, they'll be contacting us. So I'm suggesting that John knows this person and can verify that all this stuff has been done. And that we need to take a look at it and jump on it before somebody else does.
How did you find out how did you know Mark Burke was on it? How do you know Mark Burke was on it?
Tom Kovacs.
Oh,
Tom Kovacs is dating his daughter.
oh, that's right.
It's a small world. So anyway, I think this is a good opportunity for us, and that we can, if we can come up with the 25 grand, it's had all this work done on it. It's in good shape. The only thing I suggest, or I would require, is that we get a maintenance program together for our people that are going to be running it and using it. So they know at how many hours they need to look at the oil, they need to look at whatever they need to look at as far as maintenance on a schedule, so that we don't run it into the ground and blow it up. So that's my suggestion. I didn't have a chance. I just got all this stuff together at midnight last night, and I didn't have a chance to give it to all the directors to have a look at. So if we want to call a special meeting to vote on it, or we can do an email vote on it, once I'll make copies and y'all can look it over. And once John goes.
If we do a vote, we can also do contingent upon whether John or Philip or Lee look at it.
Mhm.
Then they'll be already ready to go. Do y'all go for that? You think Lee and Philip can go look at it, Charlene?
Yes.
I mean, and then once they say thumbs up, then it's
Let's just get the info and vote later when we got the info. Instead of
Yeah.
just doing.
I think John, John tried to call him and was gonna talk with him about it. But if all this work has already been done, he's put in about $40,000 worth of work in it already.
What year is it?
Huh?
What year is it?
I didn't get the
It's
year.
not-
I got the serial
It's okay,
number.
it's okay.
It's
And
not on there, but it's gonna be a late nineties model, so it looks like me.
But like I said, if it can get us up and going and TCEQ doesn't close down our landfill because we're not using it, we can maybe, it's about 10,000 pounds lighter than a 6, but it's usable for what we need it to use it for. And maybe we could go out and get some other people that want to use our landfill and pay us to use our landfill to help offset some of the cost also.
Okay, so then if we don't do a tentative vote now, which, is that the consensus? Or we're gonna have to call a special meeting because this is a big amount of money. It's restricted fund, right? We gotta do it live and in person.
Well, it doesn't have to be the restricted fund, but it can be. So that's a
Capital
discussion,
improvement,
right? But
sure.
it can be, but it doesn't have to be, is my point.
Okay.
The money we can decide to spend money from the restricted fund or from the general fund, so that doesn't really matter. But
Email vote then?
can we? I don't think we can email vote this.
I don't think for the restricted fund. I
Or
know
for
we can.
restricted fund.
General fund, I think we could, but per the yearly cap on the restricted fund of about $60,000, and then what we got going on with the motel. And then we're already using that account to funnel that, project. Between even the special assessment and what we collect this year, we're still gonna be cutting it real close for the fiscal year, right? So I would say due to the hard work of everybody and getting collections and all that, and where we're at on our profit and loss, hopefully. I mean, we're up, per accounts, we're up, right? So I would take it out of the general fund for sure. I mean, that would be what I would say, take it out of the general fund.
I thought it would be a capital thing. I
That's what I
thought we had to use the restricted fund for capital.
No. We can only use the restricted fund for capital expenses. That doesn't mean we can't pay for capital expenses from the general fund.
Yes.
So maybe some of the extra collections and stuff that we've been bringing in, we can pay for it out of the money that we've gotten.
We also, in some of the money that we've received from Rio Grande, because we are a co-op, we received 13K from the co-op, which went into the general fund.
Do you want this? Do you want this?
Is everyone okay then that I get this step that we get all the information, then we can then, since we're kind of mulling around the issue with the general fund, we can do an email vote on it? Can we find out something like on Wednesday or Thursday?
I mean, I don't see why not. We could tentatively call a special meeting if we want to do it that way too, and be ready for it.
Yeah, well, what we can't do is vote on it now. So we might as well just take it one step at a time. Let's get eyes on it, let's confirm and go from there.
Me and Phil get out there as soon as possible.
I have all the information here because he sent it to me too. Ready to go. Oh, I just need to make sure with Phil, because when I had presented it to him, he had said it was too small. But if you say you talked to him, then I'm sure it.
I can ask Philip, but that doser's 30,000 pounds. Might be a little more, but
Okay.
it's right at 30,000 pounds.
Okay. Then I'm sure he's fine. Yeah, I'm sure we're good.
For our old dozer, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that dozer will have almost the exact same horsepower. Just
Okay.
because as everything gets newer, they need more horsepower. So it's
Sure.
gonna have the same horsepower, it's gonna weigh about the same.
Okay.
It's just classified as smaller, just because
Okay.
times change.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And I don't see a problem at all.
Well, then this item remains pending and hopefully we'll get a bulldozer soon.
Yeah.
Next
Thank you, Sharon.
Next topic, capital net revenue allocation percentages resolution 2022.
So we talked about this in the last session. We didn't land on, or I think the reason it's on the agenda today is to finalize the percentage that we have been discussing, correct?
As far as I know, that's what we were gonna do. We discussed it in the board meeting last time. We discussed it in executive session, and we kicked around some percentages, but we never came to a conclusion on how we were gonna put it into the resolution, the amount. What
I thought we
percentage we were gonna
concluded-
agree on.
I thought we concluded to a minimum 5, max 20, start at 10. I was very clear that that's what we were gonna do. 5, 20, 10. Like that was, I thought we agreed on that already.
Yeah.
But we did not take a vote on that. Yeah.
Let's take one.
Five will be the minimum,
Yes.
20 is the maximum. So as long as we're not less than 5%, we'll be good.
Yeah. I move that we alter the resolution with a minimum of 5% contribution, maximum of 20% contribution, and current setting of 10%.
A second.
All those in favor? Unanimous vote.
Who's gonna draft it up?
Jason, since you're here, was just voting.
What?
It's just an amendment, isn't it?
As secretary, I'll draft the resolution and I'll present it to y'all for any corrections or additions or.
Honestly, it only needs like probably 10 words changed in the thing. And really.
I think we can take the wording on the resolution and just change the percentages and I'll.
It's got an amendment to it.
Yeah, and it'll be an amendment, yes,
And
an
if you wanted
amendment to that resolution.
Yeah.
And I'll send it out to everybody.
And if you want to bring it to the office, we'll just go ahead and record it for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. Fabulous. Okay, donated 1996 4-car truck to the Kinney County Volunteer Fire Department. It's my understanding, and Ms. Shar, you can expound on it. There's a truck that's been rotting away now in the maintenance area for about 4 or 5 years.
Yes.
The volunteer people requested it so that they can practice extracting people from a vehicle or a burning vehicle, something to that effect.
Yeah, the fire department there in Brackettville, it was sitting in that pile down by the maintenance that we had recently cleaned up. If the vehicle does not run, the engine doesn't work, it's all rusted out, the inside is just a rat's nest in there, and they're gonna use it for good training, which I think is important, and we'll also get it off of our property and they'll dispose of it when it's needed to the proper way because it is the fire department there. I think it would be just a nice gesture to go ahead and donate that to them.
There is a title to the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
So then the title will be signed over to them and then we'll be absolved of all responsibilities at that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a motion to donate the truck, a 1996 truck to the Kinney County Volunteer Fire Department?
Motion to donate the truck to the Kinney County Fire Department.
Second.
All those in favor? Can I have one stipulation that they get it out ASAP? Like tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
The firehouse roof repair. It's, this is what the little I know. There is a problem on the roof at the firehouse. Mr. Words is doing a lot of good work over there. And it's gonna be for naught if water keeps seeping in. For my request, I asked Shar to, and I know I believe it's gonna fall under the purview of preservation, but I asked Shar just to get an idea so we have something to talk about.
Oh, maybe.
About getting well, we'll decide that, I guess, or not. Just an estimate from one person, and we still need more estimates. But the current estimate from AAA in Brackettville has it at about $20,000 to repair the entire roof.
I've looked at the bid and I want to just give my thoughts
Yeah, go ahead.
on what it is. So their estimate is to cover the roof with a whatever board and then lay TPO over it. And I
I said 6 mil or something like that.
yeah, but the approach is this kind of problematic because this is the same exact kind of roof issue that is has been rampant in Unit 1. And has required a variety of solutions that are not just covering the existing roof. And in this regard, I've been up there, I've looked at it, I've been in there and seen the damage from below. So the contract states a 5-year warranty. However, when you're applying a roof over a roof, which is what they're doing, if the roof below the roof is rotten, which it certainly is, then that could definitely void their warranty with, and so then we're out 20 grand. They can say, well, we didn't replace the rotten deck, where that's not our scope. The warranty's void. So, but you'll see this in Unit 1 where there'll be 5 layers of roof, metal on TPO on metal. I mean, layer upon layer, and in that regard, that's also what we're looking at the firehouse anyway, as it has had many layers of patches applied to it. Now, there are other ways to repair that are still I'm anti TPO in this region anyway, because TPO
What's the acronym TPO stands for?
it's a thermoplastic membrane, but it can be subject to puncture, and our hailstorms when they're bad are enough to make Swiss cheese of a TPO roof. Again, if you go bird's eye view in Unit 1, you can see the Swiss cheese TPO roofs that have been applied there. So I don't think it's a great solution. Now, again, there's enough parapet walls surrounding I could sketch this for y'all even. There's enough parapet wall surrounding the roof of the firehouse to do a number of things that are not visible. Not a gable, but part of the issue would y'all like to see a
No,
little
yes.
sketch?
I was gonna ask you, is there enough room in there to raise it and get some kind of like 1 to 12 or 2 to 12 and then be able to drop
It actually has a decent slope already. Like it might be an inch and a half or 2 to 12 already, but
You're gonna use the Etch a Sketch then?
yeah, I'm gonna draw over here. The same thing which happened to my property and many others. These are drivers, right?
Yeah.
Not just gonna be funny.
So it drains to the back like that. And we have 2 scuppers. And so when you look at that in plan, it's a single pitch going this way, and there's a hole here and a hole there. The rot is right here.
there, yeah.
Of course it is.
So it pulls up right there, because the scuppers can only drain so much in a severe rain event. So if we sloped it to the scuppers, that would help alleviate and cover this. Now, when they do this with a TPO roof, where we use TPO roofs in Houston, they'll build that up with foam and then cover the foam with TPO. And like that might be a better solution, but at its core, what this doesn't help, and I'm sorry, it's not to scale, how much rot is occurring right there where all the leak is? Realistically, we need to look from under, we need to remove the ceiling and see how bad it really is to consider any kind of repair. That's the issue. But that aside, even if I did this or something else, I'd make it out of metal. Like many roofs are here, it'll handle any hailstorm we have. And as long as it's designed well and flashed well, then it'll outperform TPO in this.
If I go to 40,000?
Do we have room to get another more fall on the front side? Because if we can get another, whatever that distance is, I think it's probably gonna be what, 50 feet, 45 feet or something? Can we get more fall here by framing it up? And then remove this and put more scuppers? And
So
just have like a gutter catch system?
yeah, right. So that's a good question, John. Great question. So in in commercial buildings, what they'll do is instead of having two little scuppers like this, the whole thing will be a scupper and they'll catch it. And that is a much more robust high water situation. Now, these walls are concrete. So getting through them is not gonna be fun, but it's not impossible. Yes, we could certainly do that. And then in this scenario where you don't have to build up all that stuff, this is still kind of a single slope right there where it can be caught with a gutter, downspouts, whatever. That's how you do it. Now, after the meeting, I'm gonna go back up on the roof. I'm gonna take some measurements. I'll give you the slope and give you a real idea of what we can do. I mean, I was up there before. I just didn't take any measurements. I'll do that today. But that's what it really takes to consider any kind of roof repair on it. So I mean, I appreciate that we have a bid that gave us an idea, but the solution was just to cover it with a board and TPO, and then the 5-year warranty doesn't mean anything when.
Well, and the reality is that I think the minimum requirement for a tin roof, and this is for leaking and the warranty is the 312. But in this, but a big part of that is wind, right? Because if you've only got a 212 and you get a wind, it's going to push it back uphill and it'll go in at your ridge cap or it'll blow up underneath your ridges or whatever. Or it'll blow underneath the end. But in this case, with it being reset, the wind isn't really going to affect the top of that. I think we could get away with a lot less. We could get away with a 212 or a 1.5, and it's still going to flow off, and the wind's not going to push all the water around and cause other problems.
I agree. My rule of thumb for metal is 1.5 inch minimum, but in many situations where it's not a big roof, we'll do as little as 1/2 inch. So 1.5 inch is pretty safe, and I'm confident we have enough space to do. If it's not that, the slope is already pretty. I mean, it's better than my property was. It's pretty substantial. It's just it's catching right there and ponding and whatever. So I'll go after the meeting, check it out, get some measurements, see what we can do. But that's really all.
Cool. So then what?
I can tell you what we did at the condos, the master's condos. We kept having hail damaging our roof. It was like this. And we had them come in with the 2x12s, build the roof, and slope it because there was no slope on it. And they came in and built a roof on top. We had our air conditioning units up there, HVACs were up on the roof also. So we had them frame out for each HVAC and put them on a skid and put a metal roof on it. Because the metal roof is gonna last forever. And I think that's really what we need to do is go with the metal and go with, if you have to put a false roof on there, if it needs sloping more or whatever.
So you're effectively describing what I did.
Yes, I know that's what you were saying. I was
Just-
agreeing with you.
Right, but I as many other in unit ones, I'm still trying to remove the old roof, but I just ignored it and built a structure like covering it entirely. The hope is that with the firehouse being a historic structure, if we had to do that and span 2x12 the short distance, like bolting to the concrete walls, which would definitely hold it. The span's kind of far. I'd have to check the span chart to see if 2x12s could do that. But that is possibly a consideration. But again, I'll have a drawing and a sketch and an idea by the end of the day today. It'll take me 5 minutes to measure that.
Yeah.
Aaron, if you get that to Shar, can she start calling other roofing companies to get more bids?
Yeah.
Once you get that to her, that way, and give AAA a chance to come. I'm not giving them the business, but they already came out once.
No,
With that
it's
extra
just
stuff,
one anyway
extra
that we
stuff, yeah.
got, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
and then once we get 3 bids, at least we'll know, and I don't want it to fall by the wayside because Mr. Wertz is there. He's fixing it up. We still haven't moved the fire engine. And so we need to move on it.
I would suggest before we get bids that we have an RFP
What he's gonna do.
that you're gonna do.
Not an RFP, but what you just suggested,
So that we get bids and everybody knows what exactly we want. Exactly. That they're gonna bid on, and it'll be apples to apples.
Yeah, that'll be easy enough. That's a really small project.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. Variance in unit 37, lots 12 and 13. I'm not sure who the owner, that you, Mr. Moody? And I know Benny's here from the architecture committee. We have any specifics as well. Mr. Moody, can you expound on, I know you want to extend your overhang.
Yeah, when this property was originally constructed, they built the motorhome fort, the standard width, concrete slab, et cetera. This property line is a diagonal line and then it comes back. There's a drawing for you to look at. When they built the deck in the back, starting at 52 inches from the left end, it starts going over the edge of the concrete. When it gets to the end of it, it's 6 inches into
What do you call that? Like setback.
the setback. So what we want to do is well, I guess I've heard it called an eyebrow. We want to cover that upper deck to get it weatherproof, so we can sit up there in the evenings and have our cocktails. And you're welcome. The overhang is 45 inches. And it will only go to the edge of the deck. It won't go any farther past the deck that is there already. And if you need photographs, I have some more here.
I think we have some.
It's a very simple thing.
This is the one that will go through the architecture.
Yes, he went straight, because that's the process.
Well, I was told that I have to bring it here first and get the variance granted and then get the architecture committee to approve it.
That's not.
Since then, I've had conversations with Vance and we heard you this morning. We understand it's different. But I've got a finite line for my contractor. And I'd like to put this to bed if I could. It's such a simple matter that
You're just extending the roof,
it's extending the roof of
to cover
the motorhome port by 45 inches. And it will not extend any further past the structure at all.
It's already there.
That's already there.
In the variance request, so we're all clear, the variance request is because that structure encroaches on the 3-foot setback at
Correct.
the back of its property. In the back of its property is green space. So the roof would encroach 6 inches into the 3-foot setback.
Only on the extreme left side of the deck.
Right, only on
Everything
the
else is
52 inches
well
of the extreme
within.
left
Yeah,
side of
yeah.
of the deck.
Yeah, and it's a very small amount. I can show you real quickly on it.
And it's not on, and it's not on the ground, it's for everyone.
Oh, it's in the air. Yeah, it's about.
It's already on the ground.
Yeah, it's already.
Yeah. I don't know, Vince, you wanna, Vince has been out and looked at it, Matt's come out and looked at it. I had Matt look at it just the
I'm
other day.
crystal clear. I don't know. I do respect Aaron's opinion, and I think that he's correct in his procedural matter opinion on the situation. But I do also I would consider that he is here, and we know it's coming right back.
It's just a matter of time saving for me, and it puts me in the time frame where my contractor can actually do the work.
And I understand you're here based on the last instruction.
I beg your pardon?
You're here because based on the last instruction, the instruction was, it's gotta go to the board, so that's why you're here.
That's correct.
So can I say something?
Yes, sir.
So like you said, it's simple. Okay, it's outside our purview, so that's why it's here. I get the process with the problem, and I think we resolve that.
This is not outside of the architecture committee's purview. This
If
is,
you read the declaration, it does say we can only approve or deny any applications that's inside the purview of the CCNR. So getting back to the thing, he has this thing elevated. It's only 6 inches in the corner into the setback. What I recommend is you guys vote on it, on the variance, and he can run an application through us. And we can look at the material he's using and approve that.
How do you feel about it?
I have no problem with it.
And the material that's going to be used is exactly what's on it currently, structural steel and and metal roofing, et cetera.
Just to cover the patio.
Yeah, just
Just
to
to
cover that little
right.
deck at 45 inches. That's it.
And for the file sake, we'll have the information through the, application.
If you look at this photograph, and you may have that in front of you, I don't know. No, not that one.
I like
This-
everything
this
but your
one?
t-shirt.
I beg your pardon?
Everything but your t-shirt.
This one?
Yeah, 45 inches. And what it does is see, here, let me give you an aerial look at this. That's what the back looks like.
Yeah.
This deck extends out 45 inches past this roof line. And all I want to do is extend this roof line to come to where this railing is
Correct.
to keep the rain off of it. That's it.
When it rains.
When it rains, if it ever rains again. Yeah.
Here's the thing, I understand the proposal. And it's fine, and the request the request is to cover an existing structure. An existing structure that's non-compliant, grandfathered in, whatever you want to call it. It's not increasing the amount of encroachment, it is.
Yeah.
And that could be stated clearly. But I can't get over that the architecture committee has to review these things prior. And like, but that aside, as far as what you're asking, it's not unreasonable whatsoever. It's not.
Yeah.
I'm just hung up on the architecture committee had to at least look at this.
Well, maybe we could look at this as that both committees were a little bit confused about the proper procedure and take that into consideration.
It's a
And just come up with a solution for this one particular instance. And then going forward, I think everybody understands
Yeah.
that the architecture committee has to look at it, approve it, and recommend to the board to secure a variance.
Right.
I understand that. Now, I didn't before.
it's not your job to understand that.
Yeah.
And, but it's such a simple thing that it's, well, I've said all I need to say.
Aaron, are you hung up at all on the fact, because I can, just from what you had said a second ago.
Not on the merits of the request.
Yeah, no. I'm wondering because it already encroaches, does this even need to come to us? Because it almost seems as though, because the deck encroaches in it, and like you said, it already encroaches 6 inches or whatever, that architectural may actually have the authority to just go ahead and say yes or no.
I mean, a prior violation not addressed, unless it was addressed and resolved, then it doesn't count. And that's in the.
Yeah, I don't know how many years this was built before we bought the property. We've had the property for about 4 years.
There'd be a variance attached to the property allowing for the encroachment of that structure.
Okay.
It likely was just built and no one did anything, and it is what it is. And I mean, I even understand the direction of it. It's not unreasonable at all. It's not.
Make a motion to approve
Are
the
you?
variance.
Okay, well, you want to make you
I
want,
make a motion, we approve the variance.
I'll second it.
all those in favor? You got your variance.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Need to sign it?
Vinny, Mr. Moody,
Yes.
y'all will coordinate. Vinny, will you coordinate with the material? Will you coordinate with him regarding the materials?
Yeah, absolutely.
Come back to him, then
Yeah.
he'll.
It's the same materials you see on any of these large motorhome covers,
Got you.
structural steel, roofing, siding, and
It's more the process.
I understand.
Got you. Thank you
Yeah,
so
I'll
much.
coordinate with that. Thank you very much. I appreciate the board's time.
One down.
You can't see that.
Yeah.
We didn't get all these photos on.
No, that changes.
This is the one that needs to go, that Matt was saying that needs to go, and more than likely to the attorney.
Might.
Well, when I look at it, there's no question as to like what needs. I can talk about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if there's any question like that, then it just needs to be tabled.
Well,
I don't know if anybody's here for it.
looking at
Well, that lady just walked in.
There's back.
So that request is a workaround. And so asking to change what our policy is on green space is a workaround.
Yeah, so I tried to read it in our packets, but I couldn't get a clear understanding
You
of what's
can't
happening.
build on green space and the application It says all over the place that it's not permanent, but tell me that concrete posts in the ground not permanent, who's gonna dig it out? You can't build on green space. We deal with this in
Yeah.
unit one. We have a lot of shared green space. People have furniture out there. It's a hot topic in unit one for people having stuff out there that it may not be technically permanent, but is not allowed to be there. That has certainly come up. So a request to do anything else is a request to change our space, our policy on green space.
Matt,
Do you want to fill us in?
Yeah, so.
variance on 37, now we're on variance request,
Okay.
unit 37, lot 14.
So nobody's here to do that. You have you have a next door neighbor that's contesting it. That's done that. They're not here, and neither is the person that's for the variance request. Either one's here. So my suggestion is that y'all either table it and just don't even discuss it.
That's awesome.
I motion to table this.
Second,
All those in favor?
done.
We put it on next month's agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey, Matt, between now and then, can you, I'll try to get a better understanding of this, but if you come up with any more details, we'll write you email or something.
It's a hot topic, so.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Okay, great. Now we're almost here at the end. Announcements. Our next meeting will be March 21st, 2026, followed by our annual meeting on March 28th, 26 at the Post Theater. I just wanted to add as well that Fort Clark Spring will be during the month of March 16th to March 20th will be spring break here at Brackett ISD. So we might have a little extra traffic. Ms. Cavender, I know the pool's open to the membership at any time. Will there be little TLC cleaning at the pool on that week?
I'll ask him to, yes.
Because March 16th is a Monday. So they can clean it that weekend before. I mean,
We'll
I'm
have
just
to do
saying.
it the weekend because they do trash on Monday.
I know, I'm just saying. So we might have a little extra traffic, that's what I'm saying, that's all I'm saying. And I know we're not doing anything special. Does anyone else have any announcements? Yes, ma'am?
I have a concern.
Come on to the mic, ma'am.
Okay,
Your name, please?
Maria Isis.
Isis?
Yes,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
in section 14,
Yes,
lot 20.
unit 14, yes, ma'am?
Yes, I have some paperwork. I did a temporary fencing because I have a lot of deer coming into my property every day, and I have one of the neighbors. I don't know his name, reddish hair. He crosses through my property on a daily
See
basis.
tall, glasses?
Yes, yes.
I know
and
what you're talking about.
He always appears to be under the substance of something. I live by myself.
Okay,
So, and I'm not here during the week. I work in Eagle Pass. I'm here on the weekends only. So I felt that I had to do something to keep him out and also the deer. So it's temporary, the fencing that I have. And I received this yesterday, which it went to the wrong
Anna, can
location.
you come back here?
Here, I can address.
Okay.
It went to the wrong address because I'm not in Del Rio, so it was just given to me yesterday.
Can you update your address with Ms. Cavender before you leave?
Yes.
If it's got the wrong address?
Yes.
So the issue with this was that she was granted, before we started on the architecture.
Yeah.
She was granted a temporary fence, which, do you have pictures? You all have it?
No, this is, you just.
Okay.
We don't know anything about it,
You see this little wooden fence?
sort of.
Can y'all see it?
This is,
So when Francis,
this wooden fence.
the little short wooden fence,
Mhm.
so when Francis was here, she allowed temporary fencing here and there.
Okay,
Okay, the problem was that from that wooden fence, she went and started and put T-posts in and put a higher fence up without getting an approval.
okay,
So
Yes.
that's the issue.
okay. This is an architectural committee issue then.
Yes,
This
sir.
is a regular board meeting.
Okay,
So yeah, and I'm glad you let us know. I got no problem with that.
okay.
But they'll try to help you with it. I'm glad you responded to
Was
that.
that hers?
Yes,
Yes.
that's mine.
Okay.
And can I go ahead and state, I did this because I'm in the Texas State Guard and I was given only 24 hours to go and report to my station. And it was over the weekend. I did not know who to get in contact with. Maybe if I have a phone number or something. And this is temporary. You go out there and pull it out, it comes out. It's just like maybe 1 feet down.
And your concern is, that gentleman's always he's walking through your property?
Yes, either riding a bike or walking through it with the dog and cats and.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Is it Jason
Long?
Excuse me?
I live in the other ghetto, all right? I don't live in unit 14 ghetto. I live in unit 3 ghetto.
Yes, so I need to know what to do. I don't wanna have any issues with my
He's
neighbors.
the man you're gonna talk to right now. He's gonna help you with it.
And I'm not here during the week either, so.
So basically, the letter stated that she needed to come and talk to the architecture committee. So you need to come to a meeting
I'm not
on
here.
Tuesday. You're
That's what
you're
I'm
never
saying.
here?
No, that's my issue. I'm never here. I'm gone Monday through Friday. I'm only here on weekends.
Benny, can you help her right now,
Sure.
please?
Thank you.
Can we go back?
Yes,
to-
please.
We're about to adjourn, so yeah, you
Thank
go
you.
can talk outside or in one of the offices by the administration.
Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to adjourn into executive session at 12:14. Thank you. Didn't hear you. We're out of executive session at this time. It is, we took no actions. No decisions were made, no enforcement actions during the executive session. This meeting is adjourned at 3:51.